We finally finished 10 people's FTEs for this chapter, and now we're down to just the last 5, 4 of which I definitely am interested to see how they shake up. You, I think, are going to be a bit more interesting as the chapter goes on, along with Wenona, especially with them, how you two are paired up, like in your roommates and like becoming friends, honestly. Like, what was it? I remember hearing in the prologue that you actually, like, helped at a museum for, like, Native American history, or, like, that was the name for it. Like, so it makes sense that why you and Wenona are getting along a bit better, honestly. And, of course, the first time we talked to you, you're just immediately just dead asleep. Should we just leave you alone so you can actually, you know, get more than just 2 hours of sleep? Would that be better? Did I fall asleep?
You think?
Yeah. Hello, Day. Just scratch through all the notes, honestly, to find one name. Darian? Darian? What the? This guy forget my name? Well, he did say that he's not good at trivial matters, which will be a big hit to your ego, Darian, my dude.
That's not it.
My name is Damon Maitsu. Yeah, he's gonna remember that. He fell asleep again. I feel like someone has to keep an eye on him, honestly. Like, oh god, that'd be actually terrible if, like, he's a witness to, I guess, a murder, but, like, people don't know that he's around when a killer goes and attacks someone else. Oh god, and he's just sleeping all over the place, or like, oh god, does he sleepwalk? I wonder. Like, I know he could stand up sleeping, but, like, the few times he does sit and actually lay down and actually fall asleep, does he sleepwalk? Please someone help this guy. After some trial and error, I managed to snap Ulysses back awake. Maybe he should get some sleep, though, Damon. Yes, Damon Maitsu. Mm-hmm. Would you give Ulysses a gift? Yes. I wonder if there's anything here to I know it sounds weird, but like even though I know he would absolutely not like it, but I feel like he should get some sleeping pills or whatever else, honestly. Even though I know he does not like sleeping at all, but still. But I'm actually kind of shocked at actually thinking he actually likes this, but it feels a bit in character. For a UV flashlight, a reference to another TV show. A flashlight that emits ultraviolet light. It is said that a young detective in a small, northwestern town used one to reveal secret messages in a journal. Something about following gravity or secret gravity, stuff like that. The world would never know.
Yes.
This is quite the interesting specimen. Specimen? Would you like to write some of your notes in lemon ink? Or just like the whole, like, another aspect of journaling along with it, actually? That's all the reason you like it. It's the aesthetic of it all. Just know that one day, it will be in a museum. It has a sort of significance. Hanging an ultraviolet light up in a museum? In an art museum, I guess. Sure, I guess, but not just this by itself. He liked your present. Noise. So, okay, never mind. Okay, he's just gonna fall asleep every single time, isn't it? He's gonna be, got a chronic insomniac, honestly.
There's my coffee.
So, did I doze off again? I thought I had a cup of coffee this morning. Maybe I should prepare another one. You're lucky the kitchen in this place even has coffee. Well, other food too. At least our captors won't let us starve to death. I wonder if that's gonna be a motive. Probably not. Maybe the closest thing, honestly, would just be no drinking water.
The struggle.
Well, the coffee here leaves a little to be desired. There's no espresso in there. At least compared to what I order at work. That's right, he works in a museum. What was the name of it again? Something River Museum? Yeah, it was this. I think it's, if I'm pronouncing it right, Patawamek? Right? You work at the Patawamek River Museum, right?
Yes.
And that was the other thing I remember, right? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna butcher that name as well. And Tessakom Maka. Yes. I direct an exhibit on the Cold War there. Yeah, what about that? Why is the museum about a river covering war history?
And so on and so on.
The museum opened its doors half a century ago. It is dedicated solely to the Padawamek River that ran alongside it. Like, oh, it's just for... Oh, I thought the museum was actually just called that just because, it was just nearby the place. I didn't realize it was actually dedicated to the history of that river. However, the museum's popularity allowed it to undergo several major expansions in the years following. The story of the river has since become its own exhibit, with the rest of the museum now covering our entire country's history. Like, is it on level to be like the Smithsonian, I guess? So like other museums, which I'm forgetting top of my head. Like, is it on the same level as that? You worked there, so maybe your contribution actually help elevate it a bit more? The owner of the museum kept the Padawamek River name in acknowledgement of the building's roots. That is what I tell guests who come to the museum. Oh, you work as a entry person, honestly. Or you like work as a tour guide then? Huh. It sure sounded like he said this before. I hear that question more often I hear questions about the actual exhibit. How do you even direct an exhibit in your condition? It's not so hard. Once you got a certain amount of time without sleep, you start to forget you're even tired. That just sounds like an even bigger issue, because microsleep is, yeah, it's a thing. You can't even tell that you are even tired, because you don't even notice you're asleep until you snap back awake anyway. I've been in that position a lot more times with classes, so please. How's it a good thing? If I pulled multiple all-nighters, I'd be a total mess at debate competitions. Yeah. Also, my exhibit's deadline. It didn't allow much time for sleep anyway. Exhibit deadline? Oh god, you have one of those bosses that say you need to get all this stuff to get taken off the trucks, organized, and just arrange properly nicely, type up a plaque honestly, and just like get all that out of the way in under like a couple days, which at most honestly would be more of a week or two thing just to get it all cobbled together competently. But no, you had to be there to help actually do everything, or at least most of the mainstay work. Like, oh god. The day my exhibit had to be completed.
Come again?
What do you mean? Don't you just conduct tours? Tours are just one of my responsibilities. As director, I spend as much time working behind the scenes as I have on them. Working with architects to design the exhibition's layout. Cooperating with scholars and specialists to determine exactly what will be displayed through the exhibit. I oversaw product, overseeing the shipping and procurement of our displays. Hiring consultants, vendors, and interns to run the exhibit during opening hours. Yeah, it just mostly just sounds like you have everything on your shoulders instead. Yeah, I guess that right. Establishing an exhibit calendar when the exhibit was not yet a permanent installation. Coordinating special events and school excursions. There's something else I'm forgetting. How the hell do you remember all of that? I thought he was forgetful. Well, if it's part of his job, which he actually cares about more than trivial stuff in his day-to-day life, of course he knows about that. He remembers all historical facts, anything related to, I guess, his job of said historical facts. So finger guns. He can remember what toothpaste to get, or when to exactly brush his teeth, or like what foods to eat, honestly. But he'll remember all that. Walking, talking, weird encyclopedia. Either way, avoiding sleep meant I could dedicate more time to my duties. That was my mentor's guidance that ultimately helped me complete the exhibition. Huh? Mentor? Who? Not just that. Ulysses stopped what he was doing and let out a lengthy yawn. Just like a dinosaur yell. I think it's time to make that cup of coffee.
Where's my coffee?
Would you like a cup as well?
Anyway.
No, I'm good.
Sleepy.
Duly noted. Ulysses stumbled away, almost like he was in a daze. How do you even function, dude? Did speaking take that much of a toll on him? It's not like he had to go into the amount of detail he did. What does it say about his memory, anyway? His job, the inner workings at least, sounded like a web of mundane assignments. And he recounted the details without looking at his notebook. Jeez, weird guy. He's that passionate about it? That's pretty much it, honestly. FTE complete! Page 2 Ulysses report card has been updated. Ulysses Wilhelm. He works at the Patawamek River Museum as an exhibit director, which entails overseeing the creation and execution of exhibits. For a guy who calls himself forgetful, he remembers the details of his job really well. Like, he has to do that so often that it's really just now ingrained in his brain, honestly. His duties, honestly. He's been at it for quite a while. Like, there's that, too. He, like, writes down a whole bunch of historical facts in his notebooks to, like, read through. And probably, like, a small segment in the back of his notebook he keeps on hand that we see right there. Which is a very small footnote in the back of, what's going on here, honestly, at the, this, quote-unquote Eden's Garden Academy. Whether or not, it's a real place, which is, a lot of Ultimates go to as well, honestly, to take classes, or literally, it was literally just meant to be like a sort of smokescreen for the kidnappers, honestly. It could just be that, but, like, what was it? He's so far, like, from what I've seen of Ulysses, honestly, just a bit more grounded, and, keeps more to himself, but, like, exactly, he's probably just gonna be noting everything down, and there's a part of me that's, like, thinks, like, at the top of my head if he's dead or not. Like, we had to go through his notes to see what's been going on leading to his death, which I guess is an interesting gimmick for one case if he's a victim. I don't know how would it be for him to be a killer, honestly. Whether or not, like, he has any strong attachment to him actually go and kill someone. Like, if he does, it's going to be a very strong one, or has to be something, maybe something related to the museum, at least right now. Because, he definitely seems like a character who doesn't have any, huge attachments to anyone, I guess, in person, in, like, his personal life. Besides that one small comment on a mentor, which he's mostly just, saying, like, their help, honestly, exhibition. Which I'm more and more curious about, how that whole thing with mentor will shape up. See if there's anything more besides just someone who's extremely dedicated to their job and does not want to do anything else.
Hello?
You seem annoyed. I probably shouldn't talk about it. That sounds extremely suspicious, you realize.
Do you think?
No, it's something like that. I just wish Wolfgang cleaned after himself. Oh, I was literally just thinking about that, actually. Like, I'm assuming, actually, you really just want to dedicate so much to just, like, taking notes, like, just wandering around the whole place and just jotting down anything you observe. But then, when you go back to your room and try to do anything else, Wolfgang's whole, giant mess of a room is just, it's just annoying to you, honestly, and it feels like it would just, if you had to pick up after him, it'd just be a giant distraction. Okay, I think I could see that more now. That's just funny. Huh? Prod.
Focus.
Well, what do you mean by that? Well, he never picks up his clothes to the floor, and he doesn't even knock before entering the bathroom. Oh. Ow, one of those, kinds of people, like, very nonchalant. Well, he didn't know how to use fucking detergent, so, for clothes, so he's probably not the best person to live with, but, from the sound of it, just from his own FTEs, it's probably good to, I guess, be a sort of mentor, honestly, in college, but not good enough to live with. Well, unless we see, how Grace honestly tolerates it, or, perhaps it's aligned with his or not. I learned about Wolfgang's surprising lack of upkeep. And just shortly after this conversation, he just kicks Wolfgang out and rooms with Wenona. Really? I'd be complaining too if Kai did any of that. Like, okay, I thought that'd be a funny joke that he would chuck along with that, but no, he just does not. He just finds it all just really just, oh, so annoying. Okay, so besides other gifts, honestly, besides that one, just like almost like a novelty thing, like a reference to give to him, I think I remember seeing a few gifts around here which actually are more related to history, which he might actually love. Well, he likes this one, which is a peculiar bust believed to be carved out of meteorite. It's currently displayed at a certain museum. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Visitors report hearing old cartoon music when standing in the statue's vicinity. I can't tell if this is, a reference to anything else. The eye patch and the spiky hair, it doesn't ring any kind of bells to me right now. So I guess you might like this. And I was also thinking of giving a red cap that was further down the page. Oh wow, this is quite the gift. I need to record this finding. Can you wait one moment before we talk? He just takes a tape measure and just records every single aspect and angle of it, honestly. Man, why would you not like the camera either?
The struggle.
I wonder what's happened to it. To what? The luggage I brought on the train. I'm starting to think it won't be returned to me. Like, what did you have in there besides... Did you even bring any, like, a whole lot of clothes, honestly? You only brought, like, 2 or 3 sets, and that was it. Like, the minimum amount you would need to actually survive, and just, like, the bare, very small bare necessities, and everything else is literally just giant textbooks. Only just that. That's how it comes off to me. Alright. Our luggage. Don't you start, Damon, honestly. I remember that CG. You barely had anything in that pack of yours. I think it was only just a small carry-on suitcase, and it was just only your clothes. You didn't take anything with you. Anything. Oh, no wonder those books in your room have nothing in them, honestly. God, you sponge your knowledge after you do a debate anyway. I doubt our kidnappers have any reason to keep it. They've probably gone to destroy everything.
Terrible.
Oh, and I packed so many library books, too. I'll never be able to finish them.
Seriously?
That's what you're most concerned about losing? Dude, he's a historian. He likes reading things and taking notes. Of course he wants to read them. Like what? Okay?
Well,
I'm pretty sure you would be pissed off as well if, like, your mom's, jacket, the sweater you're wearing right now, actually would be destroyed. Even though there's several thousands of, like, other spare clothes that the kidnappers honestly put in your room, which you're a bit miffed about. I really don't like falling behind on my own challenge. Challenge? To read every book in my city's library. That's my challenge. Oh, huh. That's actually kind of neat. He's a very, very grounded person. Huh. Just, like, out of everyone else as well. Like, just besides the fact he's, like, a very, sleep deprived, honestly. Like, he has a lot of low energy, with the rest of the cats who are a bit more high energy. It's also a nice contrast, honestly. You want to read every book? Is that even possible? Probably not every book in the world, no, but, like, anything that's close at hand, just to, read, honestly. It's a nice goal to keep in mind. Everyone needs a goal to work through to have, some sort of motivation, right?
Yes.
Of course. I've done it before. The library at my school. I read every book there. I read every book there was. Everything that came to the catalog there. Oh, well, okay, makes sense. I didn't know how else to spend my time.
Jeez.
And you never got bored.
Sleepy.
Well, no. Some books were a slog. Oh, I hear you that. There's a few which probably the ideas themselves of the books are pretty good, but like just reading it myself was just, oh, it was so fucking agonizing. What was it? I tried giving like the Annihilation books a try. The first one was definitely good, but it's definitely a different sort of story than the movie is. But when I tried going through the second book, which is sort of sequel, honestly, it was meant to be some sort of espionage thriller, but like when I got several chapters in, I was not feeling anything at all. Like, oh god, I kind of dropped it right then and there after a bit. Like, I just knew it was not gonna get any better. God, it could be someone else's cup of tea, but certainly not mine. Mine's coffee instead. And even when a story didn't interest me or wasn't written well, I still learned something new by the end of it. Whether just how not to do this. Uh-oh, I sense a long-winded spiel incoming. I'm all here for it. I learned what I liked with the book and what I didn't. I learned so much I started to record my thoughts on paper just in case I forgot them later. Oh yeah, okay, so like review and analysis stuff. Is that how you actually started with it? Like you just spent a lot of time in the library and like just wrote down things you liked about it, and then you just got into a giant habit of taking notes, and then grew more and more towards going towards other books that you liked the most for history, and that's when your note-taking qualities went to a whole different level. I'm curious actually how you got into working in the museum that you did then. Well, there were many things I liked. There was only one thing I loved.
Glad I stayed awake.
And that was anything to do with history. I felt like reading a storybook in the sense I could enter a world completely unlike our modern, banal one. The difference being history is actually factual. because the truth can be stranger than fiction, as you all know. Although when I tried talking to my peers about the subject, no one really understood what I was saying. History is not, I guess, a very well-liked subject. I know there's people who don't really like mathematics either, but like there's a certain I guess a certain thing to that as well. Like I can't even think, like I know with Ava's whole town of like mathletes, and honestly sort of challenging and all that. Like people associate that with very smart, like a subject, which I guess there could be some amount of respect there. Although from I don't know if I can remember if there's any like sort of bias, or I guess sense that people have for people who like history a lot. I don't know if I ever picked up anything like that when I was growing up during school, honestly. I mostly just thought of it history as just pretty boring. But that's really just how the history was taught to me. It was not practical in any sense of the word for me anyway. Nor did they really care. I doubt many kids would. Yeah. Fortunately, studying those history books is what made me the perfect candidate for exhibit director. Even though I hadn't taken any sort of college course, my knowledge in history was enough. That reminds me, what were you saying last time about a mentor? Yes, my mentor. Before the museum became what it is today, she oversaw most of its operation.
And so on and so on.
She's also the one who hired me to direct one of the museum's exhibits. Not the Cold War one, though. A smaller one about the Mediterranean War. Huh. So I guess it's like an entry point for you, I guess, to try out your stuff, I guess, how you would put one together. How'd you manage to condense the whole subject into a small exhibit? I didn't actually. The exhibit was only about the unusual geological circumstances which led to the war. Oh. Still pretty impressive, though. So, like, how your exhibit was mostly just an introduction into how the war came about. I'm assuming, like, if it was that small, you only talked about how the environment led to it. But, like, maybe your exhibit, like, either, like, leads to another one later, further into the museum itself, or they just skimmed a bit of notes, honestly, to keep it, very condensed down. Huh. I told my parents about it, but I think it flew over their heads. Oh yeah, your parents. I was gonna bring it up at some point too. Still remember that whole point of your parents being so negligent that they threw so much medication at you because you couldn't even smell properly. So God, I think unless you told it to anyone else, Damon and Diana are the only people who really know about that. You don't seem to notice that your parents are negligent, but probably those two do know now. My mentor, however, she was very optimistic about my future in the museum. I'll be a little confused why someone my age wasn't spending time elsewhere. I've received similar remarks myself. Guess adults don't expect much from people our age, or they're just wondering, why the heckity weck are you in this part of the town, honestly? Like, what was it? Damon only studies a lot, I'm assuming, probably a lot of adults are just, a bit, weirded out in a sense of, how much, you're studying about this weird subject, or this one, which most people just don't like at all. These days, she mostly appears when she wants to show me a new display that's arrived. Last time it was a pink mountaineer's axe from 14th century Japan. Oh, nice. I see.
Okay.
Well, since you two work at the same place, she's probably reported you missing, right? Yeah, she would have realized something wrong after I never answered her calls. An official investigation hadn't already begun because of her. It definitely will once my city's library becomes involved. Oh, what kind, just the way how you describe that, what kind of books did you take out?
Come again?
Why the library be involved?
Sorry you had to see that.
My books are overdue. Okay. Wait, did you, renew them? Or, you were planning to send them back when you were, you're gonna read them so quickly on the train? Or at the school? And then try to send them back? Or were you keeping them until... Do you honestly think the library will actually send a whole police squadron, FBI blaring alarms down the road just to arrest you for you have a book that's one day overdue? You're coming to the slammer, bucko. Seriously? The ones I packed in my luggage, I wasn't supposed to have them. They were meant to be returned the day before I went to Eden's Garden Academy. I guessed that fucking right! Oh my god!
Terrible.
I was so busy preparing for my flight that I not only forgot the date, but actually took them with me. Which is grounds for a manhunt, as far as library is concerned these days. I can't tell if you just if the books you got are that important, the libraries you go to are that important, or the books themselves are just like that well regarded that they really want them back. I can't tell if it's really just because of how this world works, that the libraries are that more like serious about bookkeeping, or I don't even know anymore.
Seriously.
Sheesh. And they wonder why people prefer renting digital books. You don't want to talk about that.
Where's my coffee?
I'm sorry, it looks like I need another cup of coffee. Oh, I thought you actually like comment on that, but you just prefer physical instead of digital. You seem the type of person anyway. I'll be going now. Thank you for talking to me. Although his voice barely rose above a whisper, the earnestness in his departing words had been clear as day. Has he really had no one else to talk to besides that old woman? Huh. I guess it's like no one had, I guess, any small talk, had anyone to do small talk with. I mean, Damon's like just like asking about what he's been doing, which I guess thinking about it, like, he's a historian, so like it's a bit more academic in a sense, like Damon like wanted other towns to be, so he'd definitely be more respectful, honestly. But I think, in a strange sense, there's actually some characters, like besides some which outright just say like like they don't like what he said before that he got annoyed with, but what was it, for some characters like Mark and Jet, thinking about it on top of my head, he was a bit more respectful towards. Like, I can't tell if there's anything he said that was more rude then or there, but he's definitely being very more respectable and polite talking to Ulysses. Can't tell it just because town, or like he tries to be that way to everyone, and only to people who hate him, or like they do something that which he doesn't like. Like Eloise or Jean, honestly, he like loses his temper. So Page 3, Ulysses' report card has been updated. Discovering his love for history during school, Ulysses' extensive knowledge of the subject landed him a job at the museum. He was hired by the woman he now calls his mentor, the woman who also seems to be picking up where his parents left off. I don't know, like, that, like, she checks on him from time to time, but, like, it mostly just sounds like how he put it, like, his mentor, honestly, just someone who comes to, like, share about him, any new exhibits that come in. Doesn't seem like to have a better relationship than that. But I guess in a sense, like, the closest thing he has to someone to talk to. But anything, honestly? I mean, if his parents are not, like, negligent, honestly, and just let him do whatever, honestly, don't really pay attention to him, honestly, just do the bare minimum, honestly, and not much else, then she's probably the only other person, honestly, who, in a weird way, I guess, cares, but, like, the sound of it, like, it's not much more than just a friendly acquaintanceship, besides helping him out, I guess, learn the ropes from the museum, and not much else to it. Is there anything else going on with her? So, Ulysses, you now completely moved into Wenona's room. How do you feel about bunking with her, even though it's only been a night?
I must take note of this.
A game tournament. Oh, of course, you don't want to forget about that and just go to the game tournament, honestly. You don't seem like a person who would actually be into gaming at all. I guess probably only the factual stuff about it. Or I guess how you described it when going through all the books in the library. Just go and see, honestly, I guess how the history of it went about. Like, I remember seeing a lot of documentaries about that kind of thing. The whole thing about Atari, Commodore, all the way up till now, honestly, that's just pretty fascinating stuff, honestly.
Hi.
Probably the closest thing to that. Will you be attending? No. Video games make me motion sick.
I see.
Understandable. I only get motion sick on buses, although I doubt that's worth bringing up. It's a nice little tidbit, but yeah. But fine, I'll talk about it. Yeah, I sometimes get motion sickness on buses.
Anyway.
Only what I'm reading now.
According to my notes.
Yes, what you're describing is common. When a person is inside a moving vehicle, their senses can't decide they're moving or stationary. So they try to focus on something like text on a screen or a hologram. It exacerbates the contraction happening inside their brain and they become nauseous. They literally brought up hologram. They completely did. It's a real thing in this world. Everyone uses holograms. So if someone has a phone, it has a holographic projector. Oh my gosh, it's the future. It's the future.
Yes.
It's generally advised to avoid focusing on things which are inside the vehicle. Unfortunately, that's not an option for me. I had to read on my commute to work, otherwise I'll fall asleep. His commute better be by bus. He's on bike or driving his own car while reading. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't like listening to an audiobook, honestly. I'm pretty sure, if he listens to that, you would just fall asleep and listen to like the gentle words of the voice actor act as a lullaby, honestly. And then, God. I found myself having a conversation with Ulysses about motion sickness. I wouldn't say it's like fascinating, but it's interesting. That was surprisingly not boring. Yeah, even just hearing that small conversation, like I don't know what's the best way to put it. Like, it's not interesting or absolutely fascinating, but like it's like a step above, like just interesting and not really that boring. It's like grounded. I don't know how to put it about him. Like, so far, like he's someone who expected like to be like, I won't lie, like probably some people like think he's like maybe like a nothing character. Like I know there's gonna be something attached to him, or at the very least I want to have a better opinion or grasp of him for this, but like he's definitely a bit more like a step above, like interesting in that way. I don't think I'm making quite a lot of sense. Hopefully it's understandable what I'm trying to get at. Would they give him a gift? Yes. I think it said he liked this red cap. All the way down here. A Phrygian cap. Had history panned out differently, this headwear would have been associated with liberty and freedom in French culture. Or so was purported by Robot Cat. I can't tell if this is another reference or not. Okay. Okay. Well, do you like this then? Everyone else hates it. Scribble, 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 scribble. Hold on, wait. Hold on, no. I need to do actual ASMR thing. Hold on. Loud on this weird receipt. Nice scribble. I don't even know what I made. There. I don't remember exactly when I received this.
Much appreciated.
Thank you. Ulysses loved your present. Oh, he loved it. Oh, I thought he just casually liked it. Oh, nice.
Excuse me.
If it's not too much to ask, could we go to the dining hall? Feeling hungry? Nothing like that. I just like to look at the paintings. Oh, we're actually gonna do this. Like, oh, you are right next to this one. Oh, that would make more sense if like you're more used to like helping out with the displays in the museum. Honestly, there's like an art wing, something like that. I don't quite know the extent of what museum like you have in store like all entails. Mostly probably just history, but like you probably have a good grasp on, I guess, old classical paintings too. Then, ooh, we're getting a discussion about this. I think the other times we've seen characters talk about it, there's only just like a one line or two, or literally just like with Jean just like in a sense like sort of like using his introduction for him on FTE, but not much else to it. But ooh, Ulysses and I made our way over to the dining hall. I'll just see like like someone else's take on it. Ooh. Oh god, I forgot how many there are. There's like 4 of them. I forgot. Coming aloud to himself, Ulysses walked over to the painting on the left wall, the one with a person lying down on a sofa. He looked it up and down, only ever pausing to scribble something in his notebook. Interesting. What is it? This is a recreation of a painting excavated in Spain some 60 years ago. Apparently the original dates back to the 19th century. Do you recognize all these paintings?
Yes.
So long as I take a close enough look, then yes. Whoever decorated this building is well versed in their European artists. There's even a Godino painting displayed in the dorm hallways. Godino? Probably the artist's name.
According to my notes,
Agnolotti Goldino, an Italian artist in the early 16th century. His clientele were mostly high-profile figures. His paintings were usually portraits or scenes from ancient mythos. Ironically, the subject of his best-known painting is neither part of nobility or mythos, but a young, unknown man holding a book of poetry.
and so on and so on.
And a recreation of it is displayed in the hallways outside. I think I vaguely remember it right now, but I can't quite picture in my head. A painting of a young man holding a book. That's probably... Oh god, I can't remember any of it. Well, all of this is going down. It'd be kind of interesting if it was like an owl, because that's what's tied to you.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the painting with the owl mask?
Excuse me.
That painting is of a woman. I can tell you about the artist behind it, though, if you'd like. I'll pass. I'd be actually interested in, honestly. It's mostly just like a very, like, I guess, down-to-earth, but low-energy lecture. It's, like, still interesting to think about. But something owl painting's talking about, then it must be... Oh, that was wrong, okay. Cow? Is it the cow painting?
According to my notes,
There's no cow painting displayed in this building. Okay. I see.
right.
You're talking about the fucking jackalope painting in this hallway, right? Jackalopes don't exist. Oh, okay. You're talking about the painting beside the janitor closet, right? The one with the man wearing a rabbit mask? Precisely.
I have to know more.
I'm curious why the paintings here are all European origin, and not anything else? Nothing else? Pick any one from this particular room, and the name of its creator won't be known. Only those who managed to flee Europe, like Godino, can have a name put to their work. It made sense for a killing game. Nothing said tragedy like paintings from a war-torn past. It kind of fits the aesthetic. Again, with how fanciful everything is, but also fanciful, but also... again, even though I'm an English major, I can't find the right words to it. It's fanciful, but also very stylistic, more so than even Danganronpa is, honestly. I kind of prefer it to how Danganronpa is. Like, the more I'm just going through this game, the more I'm appreciating this game more than the actual canon series, actually. I could explain the rest of the architecture, too. I always thought the European styling was an aesthetic choice, but with this context in mind, it was a true thematic choice for the kidnappers. Actually, Godina's story was rather unique. Despite having lost contact with his commissioners, he vowed to complete what he had been tasked. For the paintings he managed to bring with him, he completed within a span of a few days. For the paintings that had not been started, he started here. And for the paintings that had been left behind in Italy, he spent the rest of his life recreating. This guy really did have a good memory when it came to historical facts. Yep, it's just second nature.
And so on and so on.
Godino once said that his recreations would never capture the heart of the originals, which are forever lost to time. But he was still grateful to have a reminder of them. For him, true peace of mind meant living amongst memories of the past. How nostalgic.
My thoughts exactly.
I feel similarly about my work and my books.
That's...
The library books? The books I've collected, actually. Oh, well, obviously you would collect some for, I guess, home, I guess.
Yes.
It's become a hobby of mine. Collecting real books, that is, not the digital kind. Yeah, that's what I was expecting, honestly. You would prefer the physical instead of digital. Yeah. Like, how big is your house? Or, like, did you, you slowly just, like, have a stack of books that you try to keep preserved somewhere, honestly?
There must be something.
How does that work? The only physical ones I've seen were kept in libraries or museums. Or, do you usually collect a lot of books and, usually try to get them involved into museums, I guess? Well, in addition to my dorm room, but those books are only props. Only your room, Damon. Only your room. You can still find them. You can still find them. They're usually at special auctions or garage sales. Which may be hard things to come by, but I can't make this transition to digital. A physical book is tangible, and it ages with you. Even if it's less convenient to have, it feels more like a friend.
I see.
Sounds like you're a nostalgic person. Honestly, Yeah. I think it's also probably like another reason why I actually get thinking liking him a lot as well. Huh.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I just don't, I guess, fully immerse yourself into the past too much, because if you do that a lot, then, you just get very, sad, I guess, but, like, enjoyed a healthy dose amount. I kind of like a lot of stories I actually talk about, or at least some like, touch upon nostalgia, including my own other favorites, honestly. Like, V3 and another game I'll get into soon, like, kind of tackles that a tiny bit. I mean, V3 is all about nostalgic of old media, honestly, and just how Samugi like literally decided to take it and keep going with it, even though it was both I guess morally wrong, but at the same time what is the word? Taking it too far, in the sense of like you just kept going with it, even though it all lost substance. So all the stories actually talk about nostalgia in that way, honestly. I'm just very more interested in, honestly. Ooh. It's okay to be a little nostalgic for something, sure, but this guy was actively trying to live in the past. What will he do when the past comes unattainable? The way he talks about books like they're people. The only people in his life, in fact. Yeah, he's a pretty lonely guy. I understand why he feels that way, but that still sounds like a pretty lonely way to live. FTE complete. Page 4 Ulysses' report card has been updated. Yeah. Goldino, a 16th century artist, once said that true peace of mind meant living amongst memories of the past. Ulysses feels a similar way, not only about his job, but his pastime in book collecting. Yeah, he's definitely a more... not just thinking about more, he's the most nostalgic and wistful person. Like, he's not, I guess, in the present. Which, I guess if there's a chapter later on which is all about that, I'm probably going to be very much interested in, honestly. Like, yeah, I'm a pretty wistful, nostalgic person myself. It's sort of, like, surreal or ethereal, like, a feeling just washing over me just even thinking about that kind of stuff. Like, even just talking about it in a sense, it's still a fascinating idea, but, like, sometimes, like, just don't get too far into it. But like, what are those people who like like him that completely their whole job has to do with nothing but the past? But he definitely like talks about, it's like almost an exaggeration of him. Like he spends all his time only with talking in the past and nothing else going on. Sure, he takes notes about what's going on in the present, but like his giant big focus is on them the past. And as even Damon puts it, like he describes it as friends that are close, like books are like people, honestly. Like I don't know about up to that extent, because even to a way, like some stories and probably some games in the future, I'll literally do the same exact thing. But it feels like it's just gonna be a bit more wistful, honestly, if we go for later on. At least that's just now the emotion I'm getting now. He's a very low energy, but like has a fun time talking what he likes, but he hasn't had a lot of people to actually talk about that stuff with, so that's why he's enjoying, I guess, these conversations a lot. And from the sound of it, that's why Damon and him are getting along kind of nicely, and Damon is not getting annoyed by anything that Ulysses is saying, because he's like having fun, like giving lectures, honestly, and actually trying to respect, I guess, some Damon's intelligence while still giving his own, I guess, knowledge and input to him. So, Hi, Ulysses. Are you here to document all the medication in here? There's certainly quite a lot.
No more.
Oh, my next guest, honestly, you're nearby, so you're gonna try the different combos, honestly? Oh boy. A 4-digit combination. What could it be? Ulysses is standing by the pharmacy door. Are you trying to figure the password? Yes, I'm recording every 4-digit combination I can think of. You're gonna waste a lot of time. Perhaps it won't be the passcode. Are you gonna go with 0001, 0002, 0003, and so on and so forth? Yeah, you're gonna be there for a while, dude. Sounds like an exercise in misery. It's true my chances of happening across the passcode are low. There are probably thousands of potential combinations. Even so, I've written over 7 pages of combinations already, and I've yet to test any of them. Well, if there's no, if you don't get it wrong, you won't get punished for it, then sure, why not? Might as well spend my time doing something productive. Not that I'm not expecting a miracle. Who knows, maybe you're the ultimate lucky student after all. I bet there's not even like a slot for that for some, like for even a talented person here, honestly. Unless they were really that exceptional. Not like how Makoto was, actually, or even had to be on the level of Nagito, where a lot of lucky things happen repeatedly over and over again, which seem improbable. Reminds me of another fangame, honestly, and a written story, honestly, that use the exact thing to give someone an unorthodox talent, where they just called him the ultimate buddy, because the more they recruited more and more people with some talents and gave them their titles, the more they realized that this guy was related to helping them figure their talent out, or there along with it to help, I guess, make their talents become more known in the whole wide world, to the point that he started popping up more and more, and was friends to a whole lot of different people, honestly, from all walks of life, to the point they decided to give him a title just because he just popped up everywhere, like literally. Like if like he's the person who is a networking person, honestly, who just knows everyone. Apparently, it's just hilarious. Ulysses and I spent about an hour testing the combinations he had written down.
The struggle.
It still hasn't opened.
Fair.
Of course. Damn it, why did I even bother? Well, it's just fun to pass the time a bit, you know. Okay, so one last gift to give for you. What would you like? Wait, do you even know you don't like that for some reason? But like, what was it? There was one other thing down here I think you would like. What was it again? Was there anything else that would be here good to give? The old ring, I guess? We already give to someone else, but we gotta do repeats at some point then. Sadly, I can't win them all.
Gee.
Oh wow, this is quite the gift. I need to record this finding. Can we wait 1 minute before we talk? Like, he really just likes it, and it might just because I'm seeing more and more of him, like he just blends to the background a tiny bit, but like this sprite, and like I think he's actually just becoming a bit more cute to me, honestly. Like, look at him, he's just adorable. Oh gosh, I'm developing a crush, god damn it. Ulysses looking pretty depressed.
Sorry you had to see that.
I'm sorry. Our previous conversation was just in my mind. Huh? About the books? Yes, about the books. I see. You know, I never expected that of you. Huh? About what? Well, have we heard this song before? Being so hung up over the past, I mean. Oh, you're talking about this. Things back then weren't so great either. You directed a war exhibit, shouldn't you know that better than anyone else?
Well,
Of course I know that. There's never been a day in history where things were truly peaceful. Except for this apparently one day in a newspaper where they had to report an article where absolutely nothing of substance happened at all. The most peaceful day in history, honestly. I forget what day it was, but like just having at least one categorical day where absolutely nothing bad happened, whether the previous day or in the current day itself, where nothing really happened at all, nothing noteworthy. Man. However, there's no uncertainty about the past, unlike the future. The future in regards to the killing game, or just life in general? Like, are you that just anxious about it? Oh god, if he is, then oh my god, no wonder. I think he's turning more and more fucking relatable. God damn it.
yes.
Well, yes, but also in general. You see, this may sound dramatic, but from my point of view, I think our world is on the cusp of a crisis. A crisis? Oh, throughout history, humanity's tribulations are often the same issues. It sounded like I was saying Worcestershire sauce. Throughout history, humanity's tribulations are often the same issues resurfacing in different ways.
Meaning?
I think the combination of unprecedented technology advancements point to an inevitable conflict with technology. That's technically what's already happening right now, AI and robots alike. Similar to the Y2K crisis from the turn of the century. I guess a cultural thing where we don't quite understand where it's leading to, then it leads to a sort of panic, I guess.
Come again.
Meaning?
According to my notes.
In layman's terms, everything turning digital. Yeah, there's also that coming to head. Like, so far, like, I think I mostly try to, like, have, like, physical stuff on hand, but, like, yeah, it seems like more and more it's the modern day is prioritizing digital, which at a certain point, like, how many times, like, the whole conversation about privacy and, corporations not even selling, I guess, the products they, like, sold years ago for some stupid reason, and, outwardly, like, they outright just hate people who do, even though they don't even sell those products anymore. It's a weird situation. Like, if you're not gonna sell the products, and you're not gonna sell them, and you absolutely just do not endorse it anyway, like, where else can the people actually buy it besides either just buying a varial copy or making emulations of it, just so more people can, like, play and preserve it? Like, what else are you gonna do? If you're not gonna do it, corporations, then why can't, the people do that to preserve it themselves, honestly? Why not? Like your books.
Excuse me.
Yes, but more than just that. Yeah, books, movies, games, anything, like, more cultural that people would probably be more interested in. Sorry, Ulysses. If there was ever a worldwide power outage or data breach, we would have no money, no means of communication. People will be isolated much the same way we are in this killing game.
No.
Are you trying to imply something? He was already trying to imply things. History's repeating itself. That's the tagline for the announcement trailer from this game. Back when Tozu and Mara had different designs, like, oh boy, history repeats itself. And with the whole thing with Kara, oh boy, this isn't the first time it's happened.
I don't recall.
Your train of thought has derailed, crashed, or literally was shoved off.
Seriously?
It's possible the killing game is meant to serve as some sort of experiment or commentary. Most likely commentary. But I'm going up nothing but my own speculation. I see. Too much speculation without evidence can send you running in circles, though. Yes, that's true. I guess I just don't know what else to think. It's hard to think of happy things when you're alone, especially in a place like this.
Anyway.
Why don't we just talk about something else, then? Something not doom and gloom.
Do you think?
I see. Like what, Damon, honestly? I'm actually enjoying these conversations with Ulysses a lot more, honestly, to the point I don't think I'm making a lot of jokes, actually. I'm kind of getting a bit more invested. The other one, like, oh yeah, it made it sound like the other times the FTEs, like, they weren't as good, but no, like, I'm actually just, like, I just want to sit here and actually, process the information way much more instead of just making jokes.
Yes.
I think I know what to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah? What is it? I'm not sure I can say, yes.
Hey.
What? Then why bring it up?
Sorry you had to see that.
Just give me some more time to prepare myself, then I'll be able to tell you. Using a notebook to hide his face, Ulysses hurried out of the room. What the heck? He won't even afford me the courtesy of a straight answer? It's probably something like maybe more dark or doom or gloom, or something else. Is maybe a bit personal, depending. I don't know about the personal part, but like, maybe a bit controversial, maybe. I'll just let him prepare himself for whatever it was he said. Who knows? Maybe this will give him something new to mull over. FTE complete! It's very ominous we're leaving it off here. With no music, it's so much more ominous. Page 5 Ulysses' report card has been updated. He rambled to me about random nonsense that was bothering him, edging further and further into conspiracy the longer he went on. Eventually, he admitted his imagination was getting the best of him, and that he genuinely finds it difficult to think of happy things when he's alone. Before he walked away, he said there was something he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't say what it was yet. Yeah, I was thinking about it, like the whole thing with him, physical and digital, like, It just sounds just like a person with pen and paper, but then went into a bit conspiracy. But I can honestly see that happening. Honestly, in a sense, if we go full-on dystopia, then yeah, if the power goes out or whatever else, there's literally nothing to salvage or archive, honestly. I guess it's a kind of out there fear, I guess, in a sense. The same way as I mentioned before, it's more comforting to think about the past that's already been done. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've all done that in some capacity. It's interesting, like, I didn't really have I didn't have any expectations when going into him, because I don't remember actually seeing so much of him in this chapter. Hopefully he gets some more screen time as the game goes on, but like I feel like he feels like he can have vibes to like all three of like whether being a culprit or victim or a survivor, although most of the vibes seem like to be he's going to be killed, honestly, just from his general disposition, honestly. And well, even if he's a victim or survives, I feel like they had to play into the gimmick of like something about his own notes, like him having a mainstay impact, whether it's a clue, honestly, or forged thing, a forged piece of evidence, or what have you, or literally just something that it's like a keepsake, honestly. Same way how Eva's feather, honestly, was like I guess the ending thing. Like if he is a culprit, like his notebook is the one thing left behind, and all that. Like I'm curious to see how much further he goes on, because again, like him note-taking practically everything is pretty useful, and I feel like it's only a matter of time until someone takes advantage of that, or like literally how else we could see that used, like to be more interesting, like a little gimmick for him, honestly. But yeah, I wasn't expecting a lot of interesting conversations for him, but yeah, I think Damon actually gets along with him the most, despite the one annoyance of like he wants to talk about something but is a bit sheepish to actually bring it up until I'm assuming like the final FTE. So that was the only time I think Damon actually got a bit annoyed, honestly, Ulysses. Well, we haven't seen the rest of the FTEs, and I don't know if like he will be on good terms with Kai the entire time, but it seems like he gets along with Ulysses the most so far of the whole cast entirely. Other characters either he gets slightly annoyed with, or like outright hates they done. I think the only time the only other character I could think of he was at calm with was Mark. He mostly was like allowing him to, I guess, finally talk after a long time, but even he, like, more often than not, got, I think, a bit annoyed at some things. It was only once in Ulysses' own FTEs where Damon got this annoyed, so they really get along well. Mostly getting past him, Damon's own talent bias, honestly, and all that, but just how they honestly talk, honestly. Like, it's quite nice how they do some good stuff with Ulysses in the future. It makes sense that you would be here, underneath the tree. I mean, your bio does say you like them a lot. Like, it's weird to be here now, because I've only rarely been here, honestly, during the entire game, just only fast traveling to certain locations and not even passing through this place. Like, it's very beautiful. The orange leaves, along with the gray and muted colors of the decor and the walls. Like, it's really nice. But you were paired up with Ulysses in the roommate lottery after the fact, and like you get along pretty well. So I'm curious, like, there's a couple things honestly come to mind whenever I think about how Wenona goes through the entire story. Honestly, she seems like almost like a similar person to Damon. Like, she outwardly says, like, things he actually, like, thought to himself before. It was, like, she verbatim said, she is weirded out by how strange some people's talents are in the prologue, not expecting him, why aren't there more academic stuff? The same thing that Damon thought to himself way before, but was weirdly against her saying that out loud. Like, she says, like, similar, like, thoughts that, Damon has, and, like, she definitely, is a no-nonsense person that points things out. She didn't even, like following along with Wolfgang's thing in a conversation I miss after the whole thing with, if you go towards investigate the whole entire area before you go into that door with the pharmacy. So, you're one of the characters I want to like get to know
What a joke.
and get more interested in. Ugh. At this point, I must have close to 1,000 unread emails in my inbox. Have fun taking hours to read them. 1,000 unread emails?
That's...
Are these emails in relation to your job? Yes and no. Possibly spam.
Sheesh.
About a third of them are actually worth my time. Makes sense. Like the rest, I guess since you're also entrepreneurs, some of them are trying to, get like free hacking advice, or like, it's mostly just stuff you don't want to waste your time with, pretty much. Otherwise, the startup company's trying to strike a partnership, or my clan leader ragging about my work ethic. Is your clan leader involved in your company? Oh, that reminds me. I remember, like, I think that in the prologue, I think I outwardly said I was a bit weirded out why when I didn't have, like, a last name, but, like, I didn't know, actually, that I'm, in some Native American communities, actually, like, most people, like, don't really have a last name. So, like, that was something interesting to know about. Some of the same, along the same lines of, me just finding out one day that Japanese people don't really have a middle name either, which that was a bit of a shock. Mostly because to me, I'm trying to think of like it could just be how apprentice I am of learning Japanese, honestly. But most times, if you're not that close with someone else, usually say their last name in honorific. And to me, I'm wondering if there's another way to refer to someone politely and with respect, honestly, without if you walk into a whole family room and you're not close to any of them, you just say their last name. So I'm just wondering, is there another way you could refer to someone else or not? Barely. Doesn't stop her from having an opinion, though. Not sure exactly what I should say to that. Yes. Wenona complained about the various ways her clan leader would nag her. In all honesty, this lady just sounds like a doting grandma. Ah. Would you like to give Wenona a present? Yeah, sure. I didn't look in advance to see what she like. Like, definitely want to look and see, like, something more special. Like, there's obviously this tree necklace, I think I gave to, I forget who, that she obviously would like, but also as well, would she just like, general, like, nature, like, gifts, actually? Does she likes the snapdragon, does she like the wreath? Yes. The bonsai tree, and was a Zen garden down here also one? Where is it? Oh, I think I passed it. No, she doesn't like the beach terrarium, I guess. Mostly just anything with a thing with trees. But yeah, she likes the Zen garden. So, I'll give her the tree necklace and go for the bonsai tree in one of the later FTEs.
Not bad.
You're not too bad when it comes to gift giving. Maybe there's something you're useful for after all. And yes, again, I keep getting reminded of she's what was it? As Damon puts it quite a lot of times, she puts a lot of things what people say in the harshest light imaginable, which in some respects does get annoying after a while. If she takes that no matter what, like, I guess even with that small anecdote talking about her own family, I guess, the hell is that supposed to mean? Wenona, let your present.
Okay.
I've been thinking, what does it take for the ultimate entrepreneur to earn that sort of title? A lot of entrepreneurialships.
Oh, really?
Doubting my abilities already? That's fine. I welcome a bit of curiosity. Again, as Damon keeps putting out, doubting my own abilities, even though he's just asking, how did you get that talent? Observe. As you said that, she'd begin to roll up her sleeve. A bear been tattooed on her left arm. Stripes and arrows encircled the animal, weaving in and out in a mesmerizing pattern. Like what you see? It's impressive, to say the least. Oh, how detailed is the tattoo? That's pretty cool, though. If I remember in school, bear tattoos are usually a symbol of strategy, rebirth. Actually, they're actually bringing up, like, the whole... Actually, they bring up, like, the symbolism of the animal onto her, like, explicitly, huh? Don't quite know what they mean. Leadership?
Focus.
A bear tattoo symbolizes leadership, right? Mm-hmm. My business acumen surpasses that of everyone else in my clan. eating the leader herself. Hand me $100 and I'll turn it into $1 million.
I see.
What's the myth behind it? Your success, I mean. Stonks? Nah.
Let me see.
Method? I say there is no one method to success. It's more like a complicated web of skills. Mostly just like a bunch of small, like skills and small talents like weaving around or just like a good instinct maybe?
Right.
Those being?
Nope.
Nothing you could grasp.
Come again?
What do you mean? I'm saying you aren't smart enough. I have 200 IQ now.
Hey.
What the? If you actually had the brains for business, a few key things about you would be different. For instance, I wouldn't have to introduce myself. Is she just bitter I didn't recognize her? Okay.
Now.
Consider a quirk, though, the absent-mindedness. Most people assume a debater would be knowledgeable in many topics. The surprisingly charming when the ultimate debater knows next to nothing.
That's not it.
I just scrape everything from my memory once I won a competition. It's how I prepare for the next. For anything, don't you think it's pretty ironic to call me ignorant when you don't know what it's like to be a debater?
Nope.
Huh?
Unlike the average debater who spends most of their time wasting away as a second-rate political commentator. When they aren't attending useless competitions, that is.
You can't keep me down.
As the CEO of the country's largest agricultural company, I can expect a noteworthy debate every day. Comparatively, people like yourself have it much easier. Like, I guess you get to see a lot of interesting people, and Damon just only does I guess local tournamentships. I guess I can't even begin to even think about actually like nationwide debates on the top of my head. I don't even know any of the top of my head actually. Just how the way Wenona speaks, honestly, does feel a bit like I myself am out of my depth as well. Like, huh. Well, there's your answer.
Eh?
What? You want to know what sort of skills are required for success, so I gave you an example.
Love it.
Conversation skills. Knowing how to navigate any kind of exchange, in our case, an argument, goes hand in hand with turning a profit. Yeah, I'll give you that.
You think?
I won't consider that much of an argument.
Oh, really?
True, you buckled a lot faster than I was expecting. That's... I guess it'd be interesting for, like, well, Diana seems like what many people say is, a traditional antagonist. Like, Wenona seems like the one person actually would be able to rival, actually, how Damon is. Honestly, like, at the same time, like, this is just fascinating reading. Just only just one FTE, actually. Like, she had a lot of similar thoughts to Damon, honestly, during the prologue and the first chapter went, not wanting to follow or being hesitant to follow Wolfgang's, like, footsteps, or, like, just becoming behind him as one of his sheep, actually. Like, there's a lot there. In doing so, you forfeited any power you had in the conversation. Were we two rivaling companies, shareholders would have interpreted that as a sign of weakness, and deemed you the more volatile investment. In the world of business, the winner is the one who gets the last laugh. Yeah, I don't know anything about politics, but that sounds about right, I guess.
Honestly?
All that being said, I'm completely indifferent to debaters. I don't care whether or not you recognize my name either.
Seriously?
Then why the hell do you treat me like an idiot?
What can I say?
Because our companies were competing for investors. What investors? This is a conversation! Okay. Page 2 report card has been updated. Wenona. Her clan believes she exhibits commendable leadership skills, as indicated by the bear tattoo on her left arm. When asked about her method to success, she spoke about getting the last laugh and tried to make an example of me and my talent. She certainly has an interesting way to go about things. Probably like thinking all the way around into just completely business though. So I'm more and more curious exactly how her and Ulysses get along a lot. Like whether it's just more casual or not. It sounds interesting just to know like like how like they get along, or like what who was like who was the person behind, I guess, the room swap with making sure that Grace and Ulysses like swap. Honestly, I wonder who was the one who started that up. It sounds like Ulysses just wanted to swap bunks with someone else, and maybe like kind asked around and asked like a Wenona to bunk with so he can bunk with her. That's what it sounds like. But yeah, like I feel like this FTE is just be showcasing just how much probably more knowledge or just like how easy the go around she can give to Damon as well. She probably has a lot more experience like in sweet talking or really just doing a lot of business negotiations. Honestly, the way out of his league of just simple like almost like casual competitive debating instead of anything more actively serious. Like, oh, this is gonna be fascinating. So, how goes it? Wenona was perusing the pantry, a scowl etched in her face. This new batch is just as terrible as the first. These fruits have clearly been sourced overseas. Okay. Speaking of food, I'm kind of hungry. Just slide on the pantry, grab some potato chips. Ignoring Wenona, I treat myself to one of the snacks in the fridge.
Oof.
There's still some food on your face.
Huh?
Is there? On your left cheek. Crap. Using the fridge as a reflective surface in my mirror, I wiped my cheek with the back of my hand. Okay. Would you like to give Wenona a present? I honestly don't know how to take the interaction, actually, at first glance. Like, my gosh. So let's see, you like this wreath, so there you go.
Not bad.
You're not too bad when it comes to gift giving. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Tree, leaves, and apparently this is also a kind of trophy. Of course, you'll probably like this. She loved your present. You know, I'm actually the youngest person to ever appear on the cover of Rich People's Digest. Oh, we're going to the humble, or bragging, part of the FTE then, okay. They gave me a 5-hour interview. They didn't even give the CEO of Stilladola that kind of treatment.
Shocking.
Of course, he's nothing but a caffeine peddler. My company actually contributes something to society. I still don't get it. What about it? She's the CEO of a company which owns 90% of the country's farmland. And yet, I've never heard her name until now.
Let me see.
What do you usually have for breakfast?
Come again?
That's a random question. You don't know? Of course I do. It's wheat flakes.
Oh, really?
Wheat flakes, huh? Oh god, the Kellogg's brand is back at it again. Not my personal go-to, but it's a popular cereal. I wouldn't know. The wheat used to make is produced by my company's farms. Eh?
Welp.
What do you mean? What do you usually have for lunch? Are we just going down a list of like how much you contribute to people's food intake actually? Is that what this is?
Stop.
Hold on.
Seriously?
What? You don't know your favorite lunch either?
No.
No, it just feels like almost in the same sense of like, she's trying to prove her own worth, honestly, in these conversations some more as well as it goes on. It feels like a sort of verbal competition each and every time. I can't tell it's really just how she is, honestly, all the time or not. If she's used to like doing that in business, like when she's at work, honestly, all the time, like I guess she would get in the habit of it, but like, is she like this to even casual acquaintances? Okay.
Oof.
It's fine, not everyone has a personality. Yes, I completely remember every single piece of food I eat during the whole entire day. Maple roasted squash. That's a new one. I don't think I've ever had squash.
Wow.
That's what you normally have for lunch? Yes. Are you gonna say your company is the main producer of squash too?
What can I say?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, wow. How predictable.
Jeez.
Seriously? Almost every piece of food you've eaten in the last 4 years is produced by my company. In other words, you can thank me for the food on your plate. I definitely don't remember that being mentioned on the packaging. It's literally the sticker on the squash says it's coming from this company, but does have her name attached, honestly. So, like, in the business world, like, she is a well-known name, but, like, most of I guess, subsidiaries and companies she oversees, honestly, don't really have her name. Like, I guess, attached, like, in most in the public eye, unless you do a bit of digging. But, what? Are you gonna start doing the whole thing about we did breakfast, then lunch? Are we gonna do dinner and late-night snack then, too?
That's...
If what you're telling me is true, how come I don't know your company's name? By all intents and purposes, it should be public knowledge.
Nope.
It is public knowledge. We just don't draw unnecessary attention to it. Consumers within business who are too in their face. A successful business will quietly integrate itself into people's lives and become an unseen part of their daily cycle. Take yourself as an example. Even though you didn't know it, you've been supporting my company for years.
You can't keep me down.
Besides, there's enough pride to be felt in simply knowing my hard work is feeding the nation. She says that like she didn't just gloat over stupid digest. Yes, she did.
Sheesh.
Unfortunately, some people choose to villainize my business anyway. They say we profitize food, which makes us just as mercantilistic as coastal nations. I do not know business and economics, so I cannot make any comments. So again, a lot of this is going a bit over my head.
What a joke.
I didn't know feeding the country through sustainable farming was such a cynical act. That addition to the end was extremely random. Yeah, just kind of glossed right over me. What the heck did I say to spur it on? Did she feel like she had a point to prove? Is that what her entire thing is? That's what it feels like. She has to prove herself at every step of the way, I guess? I guess in some way, like, that's what Damon wants to be. But it's kind of clear, like, it's a bit, annoying and a bit, like, somewhat arrogant. Like, even though, like, all the conversations we're having with her are fascinating, I won't lie and say it's a tiny bit annoying. I can't lie about that. She's really well written, but oh my. Wenona claims her agriculture company is the producer behind most of the food products I eat. She also made a point to tell me that some people dislike her business. Yeah, well, I'm assuming like if you get to a certain point of like any kind of popularity or namesake, you're gonna have a lot of detractors, no matter who it is, whether like they have some good points against you or literally they just don't like the fact that you're just popular just for the sake of it. Or like you brushed up against them a few times if they're other business people or anyone else in your field. Yeah. Just feels like the more talking about, the more just like out of depth everything feels like how she operates, honestly. Or how much she honestly is accomplished during her entire life. I wonder how she got into business in the first place. Like we got a general sense of like how some characters did mostly so far. I think the only characters that we haven't really gotten a bit was mostly with Jet and all that. There's probably like one or two that comes to mind, but mostly just how their personality is, where they don't really talk about that, they just want to have fun, like him. But I think everyone so far has, at least in some way, mentioned how they got into it. So I'm wondering exactly how she got from, like, got to the position she was. Hello! Hey, you've been enjoying the nice fabricated sights here, Wenona? You know all the trees and like the leaves, honestly, are like completely plastic or fabricated. It does look pretty nice though. A game tournament, huh? Whatever satiates the people here, I suppose. Seems you have to do. It just feels like you don't have any time for even downtime, honestly. Anything that's a time waster, you don't want. You just think it's just, again, like in the most insulting way, just gotta do something else more productive, honestly. Seems she's indifferent to the whole thing. Give your opinion. I think gaming matters. I think a tournament is pretty stupid.
Oh, really?
Is that so? Yeah.
It's simple.
The longer we keep pretending we're all friends, the more people will lower their guard around each other. What if someone decides to take advantage of that?
Honestly?
The possibility's certainly there. If only you could strike a balance, something that distracts people from the killing game, but doesn't encourage blind trust. Now that's an interesting discussion.
Well?
Oh well, you can't have everything. Yeah, sometimes it can either just go in both ways, or like, even if your plan was to try to incorporate both at the same time, some people just take it the wrong way anyway. It's mostly just trying to make it clear, or like, it's in a weird way, you have to be a leader and like figure out how everyone even acts to, I guess, try to get your point across, which then gets into a whole thing about like knowing who the people are and sort of manipulating them to see how you think, which again, oh boy. There's not much else to talk about. Would you like to give one a present? Sure. here you go. Like, yeah, she just gets straight to the point unless she wants to talk for a long time about anything that she is involved with. Okay, let's see. Bonsai tree. There you go. Doesn't look particularly high quality.
Let me see.
But I think there's something charming about it. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the tree too much from overseas to even matter to you? Okay, I'll accept it for now. Wenona liked your present, and again, like, you know, she's a tiny bit nicer than like Byakuya, honestly, in the canon ones. It's still some small thing just get under my skin, which I know is by design, but man, why didn't I listen to old hag?
Huh?
My clan leader told me not to attend Eden's Garden Academy.
That's...
Really? Really? At the time, I assumed she just didn't want me taking temporary leave again. You take temporary leave a lot?
Come on.
Attending Eden's Garden Academy would have been my second leave of absence in 4 years. That's not a lot. 4 years? That's how long she's been running the company? Like, Han, maybe I'm just reading it wrong, like, she stayed, like, amongst her clan when she was doing her business, or, like, when oh, so she left, like, the start of her business, honestly, and then, came back and was doing things, like, through emails, honestly? Or just letters, honestly? What, she stayed around? Like, where she was raised?
Honestly?
Honestly, I think the whole hag dislikes my COO.
Come again?
Your what? It's a lesser in command to CEO. Chief Operating Officer. He oversees the company when I'm not there. He's also from the clan south to mine. That's a problem? Is it just warring factions type deal, or?
Nope.
No, but she takes issue with it. How come? Confederacy drama. Okay, I was right. We're getting to a lot of things I do not know anything about.
Eh?
My clan forms part of the Great Plains Confederacy. Our land runs along the northern border. Ah, so our clan resides in the central north of the country. Makes sense, considering her clothes.
Sheesh.
Like, okay, you even know that. I don't quite know about that. Man, I honestly need to look up, I guess, some, like, documentaries, or, like, more, like, look into more, like, Native American culture and, heritage, honestly. It feels like something I definitely should get, some knowledge on. With the exception of people like my COO, most Confederacy members would tell you my clan is a wannabe coastal nation. It makes powwow festivals pretty awkward. Not that I've ever been an avid fan of them. Well, our endorsement of the UTP doesn't help things either.
Damn.
The other clans don't like the UTP. The Confederacy didn't make it, so no. Oh, just because they weren't, like, no one was in there, and part of the UTP they hated because of that, or?
No.
Eh?
Oof.
That's a joke. But how are you ever going to consider this a joke?
Let me see.
In seriousness, the Confederacy takes issue with the UTP system. Oh, so we're gonna learn, how other people take the UTP just through this. Ooh. They think classing people as either ultimates or non-ultimates does more to divide the nation than unite it. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Shocking.
Of course, the Sitting Confederacy also fell for the Y2K scare. We're seeing that more and more often.
I know.
Didn't everyone? Not my family, but that's a story for another day.
I wouldn't do that.
I mean, I wasn't even born when that happened, so I can't quite say anything. The point is, fearing the UTP would cause a civil war is no different than believing a computer virus can end the world. As far as my family and I are concerned, ultimate titles are simply a way to recognize people's achievements. It depends on how someone can spin it, honestly. And it might be a bit easier, like, out there because you're more of a on the higher level, honestly, from how much money you accumulated, honestly. But like people who yeah, I guess they'll just go into class divisions, honestly. I mean, I don't disagree.
What a joke.
That being said, everyone in the Confederacy can agree the UTP standards have declined over the years.
Hey.
Don't look at me like that. Debaters were one of the original ultimates. What qualified for a debater back then was very different, though. Oh my God! I would love to hear, like, how the UTP program, like, evolved over time, the qualifications and all that. Oh, like, none of the games obviously go into that because of world building and be like the small, maybe quote unquote boring details. But I live for this shit. I thought you were neutral towards debaters.
Now.
There's nothing biased about repeating facts.
Anyway.
So the catalyst behind all this discourse in the Confederacy is just disagreements over the UTP?
You've got to be kidding me.
There's obviously more to it than that. And that is? In order to meet growing consumer demands, my company had to increase their number of farms. Most clans in the Confederacy ran farms, so my solution was to simply purchase their farmland. You took ownership of their agricultural businesses?
Huh?
In short, yes. Although their businesses were more akin to non-profit organizations. Oh. Non-profit?
Right.
Then the people who say you profitize food, the same people whose businesses your company absorbed?
Honestly?
Their criticisms fall flat when it was them who agreed to sell. Ah, yeah, okay, so it's definitely them who was, like, saying it all that way. Saying all the criticism over. Wow. While it's true they agreed to Wenona's deal, could it be possible they felt obligated to sell? Larger businesses killing smaller businesses isn't exactly a new thing. Though in this case, not really killing. Yeah, it's a whole thing of, like, I think I can see just some businesses, like, if they don't get what they want, they will do everything they can to undermine them in other capacities, in other ways. There is that. The more I hear about Wenona's world, the more alien it becomes to me. Yep, I can agree with that there. Although it's probably a combination of both I don't know too much about Native American culture, I don't know anything about business and economics, along with the whole thing of we don't know too much of the UTP itself as well. So it's a whole maelstrom of I do not know how to think. Whereas I spend my life practicing for debate competitions and trying to make my family money, she's running a total monopoly. Yeah, you come from two completely separate worlds, honestly. While she's like making a lot, honestly, through efforts, you were doing your best to help make scrape by. Makes me wonder if the clan she was a part of honestly, like was very influential, was big where she grew up. Despite all the drama that seems to come with wealth like hers, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't envious. FTE complete! Page 4 Wenona's report card has been updated. Wenona's clan forms part of the Great Plains Confederacy. Unfortunately, her clan's endorsement of the UTP, as Wenona's company buying the farmland of other clans, has left a sour taste in the mouths of its members. Yeah. God, it's probably just a whole lot of interpersonal, like, business and, like, just, like, even, like, not even just buying their business out, but, like, I guess the fact that their clans are close by together, and they had, like, they either feel they're obligated to sell, as what Damon is mentioning. I don't know too much about that, so I can't really comment on it so much, but, it's still just interesting to see, like, a different take on the UTP coming from, her mouth, honestly. She agrees that, the UTP actually is a nice program, but, the people that, like, criticize her don't really believe in that. Like, just, think it would just cause division in a sense. Which, yeah, if most of the characters here were probably more, I guess, prestigious or, like, anything like that, like, towards, like, for example, like, Wenona herself and, like, maybe Wolfgang, based on everyone else, like, you know, views and see him as being a lawyer, honestly. If there was, like, more, quote-unquote, talents that have, or more prestigious and a more quote-unquote, worthwhile society like Damon was, then, like, I feel like there'd just be, like, way much more of the divide, honestly. If there wasn't a combination of, like, entertainment talents, or, like, sports stuff, like, UTP, like, in a sense, like, even other games feels like it's, like, almost like a scholarship program, as well, for, like, youth, but, from the sound of it, I don't think we know too much of, like, I'm just really curious how they, like, take it in, if, like, they go forward into, like, I go further into adulthood besides the whole thing of like being just a quick nice you have a name attached to your resume type deal, because as Eva like puts like explains quite interestingly and like succinctly that if they give you a horrible title, like even if like it's like it fits a bit well, like if they don't give like a prestigious title to you, like that's set for you for life in like the rest of the world. Like even if like you do some good stuff and you're really good at what you do, no one is gonna pay attention to you then. Which there's a lot there. There's a lot there. Back underneath the tree of ignorance. The leaf just falls right on top of the edge on it like that. How's it going? Hi.
Huh?
Where do you live? Okay.
Eh?
Oh god, are we getting to this? Along the coast, I'm assuming? Why do you want to know?
What can I say?
Just curious. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live on the I live along the coast.
Let me see.
Let me guess. East Coast?
Right.
Right. Yeah. I kind of am the same as well. If that's the case, oh god, she's gonna go into entire spiel of business stuff. To my bewilderment, Wenona casually guessed the town I lived in. Oh, following along with accents and the way you speak. Honestly, I guess there's that. I'm assuming like if anyone was that good at like reading people or like picking up how they speak or how they act, they would be able to figure out just like exactly where I live as well, just from only how I speak. Honestly, even though I like taking a lot of words I hear from other states and other countries, honestly, and just add my vocabulary randomly. But I guess it mostly just comes down to just like dialectically how I usually speak. You can actually probably learn a lot of how like where people were raised, honestly. Like there's probably like some people out there who have maybe a mixture of like different dialects because they move around a lot, or just their parents like speak a certain dialect, but they were raised in a different town or state or city or different country, honestly, and that would maybe mix it up. Maybe like a combination of the two of how their parents speak and like how their neighbors and their friends in like where they live speak as well, or literally just one of the two. What the hell? Have you searched my name before or something? No?
Nope.
Nope, I could just glean it from the accent. Exactly. I've always been told I didn't have one. Well, everyone has one in some capacity, so yeah, have fun. People could figure out where you are from the most smallest things ever. The very second I was in middle school realizing that, I grew so fucking paranoid. The smallest thing you can say or give anything about yourself could be just enough for people to know so much about you. God damn it. So what else would you like? Let's see. Because honestly, like, you're still, in a weird way, I don't even know how to grasp, I guess, like, onto your personality. Like, I don't quite know what would be even nice to give you without, if it was no handy-dandy guide like this, I wouldn't even know what to give besides the general bios, likes and dislikes, honestly. I don't know what else I would hand over, actually. Like, oh, you like the mini fridge? Well, okay, well, wait, did you like this before? Yeah, a charcuterie board. Cheeses, meats, nuts, fruits, crackers, dips, chocolate. This platter has no shortage of variety. I mean, it's a very fanciful platter. I mean, I've only seen it like a handful of times, like going to some some parties, honestly.
What can I say?
Thanks for the gift. I'll definitely be using this. Remind me to get you something in the future. She liked your present.
Hi.
So, what's your family's relationship with your company anyway?
Let me see.
They're my biggest investor.
Come again?
I knew it. Okay, she grew up like her family and clan, honestly, are pretty influential, honestly. They have big power. Biggest investor? My clan has always placed a strong focus on entrepreneurship. They supported me even before I dipped into agriculture. So, again, we're seeing a bit more of legacy and stuff like that. Like, it feels like oh, it's interesting, like, most of the people here, mostly anyway, the people who have the most prestigious talents, based on Damon's own words, are people who grew up, like, in that sort of environment anyway. Like, it wasn't something they worked honestly on their own. Like, they had the dream independent of how their family was, and they worked up to it. Like, they were born into that same environment and maybe grew liking to it, or they just wanted to get into it as well to be part of the, I guess, the family legacy in a sense, and just move on into there. I mean, what was it? Wolfgang, like, really likes seeing his mom's trials and, like, those courtroom VHSs. Ingrid the same way with her family being a blacksmith. Like, there's a couple of people in this cast here and there have it, and maybe there's actually a few more that we haven't seen the rest of their FTEs that actually would say the same thing as well. We just don't know until the rest of them come out later. But yeah, both as well. Just where you start just as matters as how much effort you'll put into it. Supported meaning you gave a small loan of $1 million.
Honestly?
Once a member reaches 16, they receive one. I was joking. I was fucking joking, but okay. Once a member reaches 16, they receive $1.5 million to build their own business. What? 1.5 million? That's more money than I'll see in my lifetime. Sounds like your clan is pretty wealthy.
Well,
we own a few casinos here and there. Really? Okay. Wait, hold on. Doesn't it contradict what I've been told before?
That's not it.
Wait, hey, if every member of your clan received $1 million loan at 16, then what's all the stuff Grace said about being a self-made billionaire? Believe me, I did more than just sit on safe investments. Risks involved. I studied my predecessors extensively, seeing which ones succeeded, which ones failed, which informed me the choices I made as a businesswoman.
not bad.
I respect my clan for starting me off. I acknowledge it would be difficult for me to be where I am without them. Like, you have, like, a whole history, I guess, to, look back on, to, showcase, like, your future decisions, honestly, instead of, going in relatively blind like most of the people would. But I'm also proud of the fact that I've become the largest fish in the biggest pond, so to speak. So, would you be jumping into the wide ocean to play, then? Leave the pond behind? I guess it's true. If our clan really is filled with entrepreneurs, then being the best is an achievement in and of itself.
Phew.
Case in point, my agricultural business.
Anyway,
Yeah, I'm well aware of it.
that's...
Although, now that you bring it up... For all the bragging you do, you've yet to mention how you got your footing in agriculture. Yeah, I even brought that up too.
There must be something.
That's pretty weird for someone like you.
Sheesh.
The story behind it is simple. I started out by selling normal vegetable oil. There were a few fruit pastures up for cheap, so I bought them and started extracting the oil right away. That's it.
Seriously?
Obviously, plain old vegetable oil won't bring anyone from rags to riches. So my oil was advertised to contain special ingredients which could sustain a long and healthy life. Snake oil.
Seriously?
Are you serious? Isn't that lying? Lying is bad. Marketing does that a lot, though. Even as she brought up, even as Wenona actually jokingly brought up when talking about with them, Eva in the prologue, when everyone like heard her town. Honestly, like literally.
Come on.
Of course not. Nowhere did I actually make straightforward claims about the medicinal qualities of my product.
You think?
You're not even a little bothered that those people actually thought the vegetable oil would help them? All businesses make exaggerated claims about their products. Integrity doesn't sell. I've already shut down the company anyways.
Eh?
Why? I ended up getting sued. No wonder, I guess, if they fully bought into advertising then? No surprises there. It happened when my spokesperson started making claims about my product's ability to ward off cancer. Oh, God.
What a joke.
I had to come up with some pretty clever wording to get out of that one. My lawyers were totally useless that time around. Don't know why I hired them.
Nasty.
In the end, I won the lawsuit, but it was a nightmare for me, my clan, and my tribe. I realized I need to protect my personal brand while still making a profit. Not to mention, being in court with the prosecution left an impression. I'd imagined. Yeah, even if it's enough to like damage someone's reputation that even if like you were accused of something, Like, just the fact that you were accused of it, honestly, even if it was not true and you're without a shadow of a doubt, proven innocent, actually, and it did nothing wrong in any sense of the word, not even anything weird or anything, it's still just the fact people accuse you could just be just enough for some people to just, like, give you a side eye and just, not try to look at you anymore. Or give you the time of day. Like, God. Since then, I kept a low profile. Being too public would just invite drama. Anyway, private circles are more my style. So she avoids the public spotlight. Is that why I didn't recognize her? I guess, like, early on when she, like, got her started, like, becoming the youngest billionaire, like, then she was put on the magazine for that, but then mostly she decided to, like, stay the public spotlight and, like, have anyone else, I guess, be the, spokesperson, or the public head, honestly, unless you just dig in, like, into the finer details, and, like, no, it's her. Like, really, you have to do research about it. The lawsuit, too. She must have used her power to sweep under the rug. Of course, the rules are different when you're rich. Yeah. The rules are different. And yet, what did she say? Being too public will just invite drama. Was she talking about another lawsuit? Why does it matter if there's another one? Her company's a monolith. A tiny bit of battery won't suddenly make it crumble. She, of all people, should know that. So what exactly is there to fear about going public? Something else to chew on. Page 5 Wenona's report card has been updated. At the age of 16, Wenona embarked on her first business venture, producing and selling vegetable oil. However, the oil was dishonestly advertised as a miracle health food. Eventually, Wenona found herself in the middle of a lawsuit. Although she had won the case, and likely used her power to sweep under the rug, Wenona has since distanced herself from the public, citing drama as her reason why. Like, is something more, something else that come up was a bit more contentious? Or, like, just something, if it comes up, like, people just, find more fault with anything else. Like, Like, anything else, just, from her, even though I don't know all the ins and outs of business, like, it just feels like that she definitely has a lot, on her plate, and maybe possibly a lot to lose. I feel like, if, Tozu and Mara, play their cards right, they'd actually be able to, sort of, manipulate her in a sense. Like, God, she does feel like, a culprit, that's, cliched, honestly, a tiny bit. There's a department that wonders, if she'll just, actually just bite it instead, or, anything like that, or, I don't know if she'll become a survivor, in harkening back to how Byakuya was. But, she'll definitely be someone who, just cuts through most of it, but she still has to play the social game as well. And that's why she's, trying to stay out of the limelight, even in the group, as much as possible, even if most of the stuff she thinks, honestly, and says, that the group needs to do to, make sure killing it doesn't happen, will just cause and spike a lot of, drama against her, which, from the sound of it, from her previous losses, honestly, she is all too familiar with, so she's using that, experience to her advantage to work around it. Not being in the spotlight, but still saying some certain things to get around it. Like, how the same way how, she didn't like him, she, brought up stuff about him, even was, brought up everything about with, setting out Eva's, town, still, staying out of the spotlight. She was going under Wolfgang's, words of, don't trust Eva, but while, showing off that the liar lied, apparently. She's definitely gonna be someone you need to look out for as the game goes on, from, definitely exactly, how smart she is, and, how a lot of times she, tries to think, several steps ahead, both from her own experience and, researching all, old, the people, in her family, honestly, and old entrepreneurs, and having a lot of experience, going around, with business, and even in her own words, knowing how to handle even a lawsuit and spinning words to be in your favor. She's going to be someone to look out for. Like, if Diana's meant to be, I guess, main quote-unquote antagonist or not, like, it feels like Wenona just be, like, I guess, the subtle, the subtle, unspoken rival more, in a sense. It'd still be interesting for Diana to fit that, like, I guess, public rival role, but, like, Wenona seems definitely, like, the true possible rival, depending on how the next chapter goes, which, oh boy, there's a lot there. There's a lot there for her to go. A lot of potential. Oh, it's gonna be interesting to see how it shakes up. While Wenona acts as this game's true Byakuya in a sense, being the typical jerk and, like, the smarmy know-it-all, honestly, it feels like you, Diane, actually are meant to be the game's true antagonist outside of Wenona, traditionally speaking. You go against what Damon is, but gosh, like, he does care about you in a sense, but at the same time, he does not like the words that you preach, honestly. Oh boy, even though you're very nice to him, oh my good gosh. It'd be interesting, actually, I really want her to actually be the actual antagonist for this game. It's so interesting to have literally someone go against the main character who is literally just, like, with no other, like, string attached, literally just wants to be nice. And that's how they butt heads, honestly. That'd be so interesting. So, how's it going, Diana Venicia? Hi, Damon. How are you holding up?
Wait a minute.
Wait, don't tell me. You actually want to talk? Scandalous. What should I do? Am I bored enough that I should talk to Diana? Like, I know, like, before here, like, at least before the trial happens, like, Damon completely writes her off, honestly. Which, oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Sure, I guess.
Incredible.
Really? That's great! You regret it already, don't you, Damu? Well, Damon, what do you want to talk about? I don't really care. If for anything, then let's talk about World War III. After a brief moment of contemplation, Diana set on telling me the plot to a show she watched recently, before she got kidnapped. And that's pretty much the gist of it. Was the life-size dollhouse really necessary to the villain's plan? This show sounds so extra. A life-size dollhouse? Okay. I don't know if that's a reference to anything. Would you like to give Diana a present? Yeah, sure! Well, after everything we saw happen, that she wants to take up Wolfgang's mantle, that might as well give her the Y2K glasses. They're pretty sweet, but a storm is gonna blow in eventually, just like the Y2K crisis. So here you go. You enjoy these, right?
I see.
Ah, is this for me? I see. You always know to spice things up. Diana liked your present.
Wait a minute.
You know, Damon, I always thought you were the unapproachable type. Yeah, he always comes across that way, honestly. I'm genuinely surprised you came over. Not that's a bad thing. I'm actually really happy. I didn't do it because I wanted to speak to you. I just bored. So you came to me as your first option? How nice! But you still chose me out of all the people to talk to. Oh my gosh, I'm getting it right on the money, gosh!
Put a smile on that face.
You're coming out of your shell. I call that an improvement.
That's not it.
There was nothing to improve upon, so you have absolutely no way to improve on any skills, including friendliness skills. Improve your social skills, why don't you, if you're so fucking perfect.
Hey!
But that kind of thinking is a no-go. Not in this optimistic household. There's always stuff you can work on, even if it's something small. Like, for instance, your tie. What is wrong with the tie? Snake is cool. It is cool. It is intimidating. What, is there something wrong with it? It'd be so funny, actually, if, like, the same way the jacket was, stitched together by Damon's mom, like, the tie actually was also her idea. Or, literally, like, they helped pick it out together. That'd be so sweet.
Hey!
No, silly, I'm just kidding. Jeez, don't scare me like that. Why are you actually very nervous about that for a second? Scared? That's funny.
Don't be mean.
Don't glare at me. It's not a bad thing to care about your appearance. Little things in life are what keep us going, you know? Saying I'm unattentive isn't a compliment. You don't agree.
Huh?
What? I can tell from your face you're not happy you said all that stuff. I didn't come here to listen to a pep talk.
We need to work together.
Pep talks can't hurt once in a while. Even the wisest scholars have their letdown, just like their followers. Both, despite the differences, follow the same path. My brain just flatlined when you said that. What? The hell is she talking about?
You can do it.
Get it? Because you're like the scholars.
That's...
What does that make you then, my follower? Do you want me to be? What kind of question is that? Like, look, everyone in this cast became like Wolfgang sheep. I don't think we need another person to diverge from one person's sheep to become someone else's, honestly. Oh my god. I don't think Damon would be a good shepherd, honestly. Either way, Damon, I'm glad you're feeling better.
You think?
Am I feeling better? Just very, very angry and annoyed all the time. I would say you're feeling normal. I made you blush. That's better than nothing, right? I didn't blush. I didn't actually notice any kind of blush anyway, so, what are you trying to do? Are you sure? I think I saw a glimpse. Split second, just big, giant, like, beet red plush all of a sudden, then gone the next millisecond.
Ugh.
No, I didn't. Really?
No.
I'm pretty confident I didn't.
Oh.
You're blushing right now. No, he's not. What? No.
Damn it.
You can't just...
Diana.
manipulate me into blushing. Well, there's a blush now. Crap, now I look like an idiot. You look so nice with some color in your cheeks. Normally you're so pale.
That's not important.
He doesn't suntan at all. He doesn't go outside at all. He's an inside dude. Is there something wrong with that? And he's chronically offline, honestly.
No
I keep
worries.
seeing online, honestly. He just only in books, honestly. Just so funny. Like, he's so out of touch with everyone else. Of course not, silly. I'm just saying, if you're interested, I have a couple blush palettes in my dorm room. Okay. Have fun, like, doing a makeover session if you're up for it. I'll pass. Barely 10 minutes in, I already have a headache. Get used to it. A single conversation with this girl felt like reading a demeaning self-help article. So why then was there this warmth in my cheeks? Well, you apparently like just talking to these type of girls then. Well, you liked Eva a lot, honestly, still, but you know. You have a tiny bit of a crush, honestly. Page 2, Diana's report card has been updated. Diana Venicia. After deciding to speak to Diana, she made the silly claim that I was coming out of my shell. Then she asked me a very strange question about what I wanted her to be. And immediately after that said blush was good luck on me. Is she always this sporadic? Like, it'd be interesting to see, like, she really just wants to be friendly with everyone. Like, what was it? That was the thing that Eva was literally criticizing her for trying to be friends with Eva, but at the same time, trying to be good on good terms with Wolfgang, almost like looking up to in a sense. But I can know there's sometimes a thing where you literally just can't be friends with everyone. And I keep seeing people talk about Diana being a social chameleon, which, literally with her animal teeth just being that, honestly, it seems I'll be so more of an interesting, idea for a character who's trying to lead, but also struggling to become her own person, I guess, in a way. I think she's pretty confident in what she is, but she definitely wants to be friends with everyone, probably to the point of, like, like, as it said, like, as it was just mentioned there before, she literally noted that Damon did not like what she talked about there, so she's being very careful to get to be a people pleaser in a sense, which, if she's trying to be a leader, or, like, try to, offer as, I guess, as a guiding force, honestly, later on into the game, like, how will that work if you can't make any more difficult calls then? Because I have a lot of issues with how Wolfgang operate things, but if you don't think you have well, she does have the smarts and ingenuity to get herself out of situations or work around stuff like that. I'm wondering if she'll have the resolve to make very, like, tough or, like, taxing decisions, honestly. It'll be a thing if we just see her slowly change into that as more time goes on, because I think she's gonna stay around for quite a bit, honestly. Her being the rival character puts her in a really great place for that. Really great place for it. And unfortunately, this is apparently our last FT with you, Diana. I'm wondering, it's like, oh, it's because you're busy trying to, like, I don't know, prepare yourself from the day the murder happens by like, I don't know, forgetting, like, trying to just like prepare yourself mentally or trying to get a lot of things in order before you like encounter quote unquote Wolfgang to talk about your blackmail in the basement boiler room, right? Okay, thank you so much, Lee, for blocking my vision really quickly.
Hello?
Diana? You're just gazing upon the majestic orange tree.
Oh.
Ah, Damon, what a surprise! It looked like she had been playing with something in her hands. And she's literally just playing with the leaves, honestly. Like, honestly, if I was that bored, I would honestly do that too.
That's...
What are you doing exactly? I'm currently trying to make a butterfly out of these hair ties. Oh, wait, what? Like with a... Are you trying to make a butterfly? Oh, you mean those kind of hair ties, actually. Like, almost like if you, like, pinch it down, like, press them together, it almost looks like a spider. Like, how are you gonna do that with hair ties, though?
Huh?
Sorry? If you link two hair ties together, you can bend them into the shape of butterfly. My mom showed me how to do it one time. It's really hard to replicate, though. But it's actually kind of fun. Diana tried her best to bend both her hair ties into the shape of a butterfly, but... toughness. She forgot. Oh. The end result looked anything but. Did you break them when trying to bend them apart, or to give Diana a present? Do we have hair ties, actually, just to give us a present here to make up for that? Is there anything like that? I guess there's this pom-pom scrunchie, but is there anything else? Anything else here at all? No, I don't see anything for new hair ties. Gosh dang it. Well, okay, you like this. So here, it's not exactly a hair tie, but here's a scrunch. Scrunch into your hair. Scrunch it into the shape of a pipe cleaner for the butterfly, okay? Oh, this is so cute. I think I'm gonna name it, Taco. That's a funny name, right? To give to a scrunchie? Why? Is it weird to name an object? No, but this object, why? Diana liked her present. Okay. Ah, Damon, back for seconds? I knew you were just being grumpy. Like, he's always grumpy. See, look at that right there. He's in full embodiment of grumpiness. What's it look for? Diana, be honest. Why did you make our last conversation only about me? Because maybe she wants to know more about you, or,
I don't understand.
I'm sorry? Answer me. It's not that complicated. I don't really understand the problem here. Was I asking too many questions? You could have just told me, you know?
That's not it.
It's more than that. You were so bothered with how I was doing, but why? What did you have to gain from it? Oh, that's literally what it is. You just don't like anyone trying to care about you in any sense of the word, honestly. You, like, want people to be like Ava, like, be in the same spot, but don't want to inquire about each other, honestly, too much. You don't want anyone to pry into your own personal life at any point.
Hey.
You're a very private person, I see, Damo. Huh? I wasn't thinking about gaining anything. I was just concerned. Everyone's been kind of alienating you lately. I thought you'd appreciate some company. That's suspicious. That's sus. Huh? The way you're always fretting over other people, checking their mental state, then refusing to talk about yourself? Did you not? You haven't even really asked her about yourself, honestly. You can't tell me that isn't suspicious behavior.
But then...
I guess so, but you never asked, so I never brought it up.
That's not important.
Then tell me about yourself. What do you want me to say?
I know.
How's your home life? Well, my parents are nice and supportive. We never had to worry about money, which I'm really grateful for.
Sorry.
I don't know. Whenever I talk about this stuff, it sounds like I'm bragging.
Why?
Why do you want to know anyway? It's because we're friends?
Really?
Friends? Really? I only talked to you one other time. I barely know you. I'm not your friend.
Oh.
I see you as a friend.
You're wrong.
There's no such thing as friends in a killing game. We could still be friends. Did you make any friends before it happened? Are you saying now that you made friends before and now you're all together? If it was your other friends, like if you actually made friends before the killing game and they were paired up, they were forced into here along with you, does that mean you would just decry them as not friends anymore because of that? We're all competing against each other for our lives. Does that sound like an environment that cultivates goodwill? What you're doing right now trying to get personal with me, that's practically asking for your feelings to be hurt. Assuming your intentions with me are innocent and pure. So you do care. Duh, okay.
Eh?
What?
Put a smile on that face.
You're concerned about me.
Hey.
That's not the point at all. Were you even listening? Honestly, yeah. Are you just swap this all around with what was it? Damon literally just saying like why do you like care? Honestly, and to swap it around to oh, so you care about everyone else? Like, I guess it's kind of right in a way. He does care about everyone else in a slightly, honestly, but like that's a weird turnaround. Yes, but
That's wrong.
no, you're not listening. If you were, you wouldn't have said that. Why are you so obsessed with seeing the good in people? Do you have a death wish or something? I wouldn't say it's wrong to see the good in people. That's usually what my thing is for benefit of the doubt and all stuff like that, including people who are, I guess, like a lot of people would say are evil. I mean, it's like me seeing like the benefit of the doubt in almost everyone. I would say there's only a few couple characters that legitimately, I just don't have any patience for at all. But most of the time, like for example, like how Eva was in this first chapter, I've only seen like some like when I first saw like when it ended off the first chapter, I only seen a few people and other Let's Players like talk about Eva a bit. Like they say they don't like how she was and like decried her for being evil, which yeah, sure, she did kill someone, but at the same time, I'm gonna be more sympathetic to her than Wolfgang of all people, who's being more manipulative in a sense. I can already see it several different times. And sure, you can just hate her honestly, but still, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. There's nothing wrong with seeing the good in people, but I guess if you're trying to go for the route of Diana trying to naively trust that everyone is gonna do good, then yeah, sure, Damon, I agree with you there.
Oh.
Well, whatever. I don't care. But you said you did. Go have fun giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. You'll see who your real friends are when you're face to face with a killer. Everything I say, it just goes in one ear and out the other. Yeah, like these FTEs, like I don't quite even still get a read in her. I know she's being genuinely sweet, but like it's probably a bit like she's a bit naive or like she wants to like raise everyone else's spirits up, but it's a way I can't quite fully grasp her. I wonder if it's literally just how it is. Like like I've seen people say that she's a social chameleon. She doesn't really have like a set personality, but she's mostly there to lift people's spirits up as her big drive to help other people. Like her job as a makeup artist is legitimately just to improve or support someone else's looks or prop them up a bit more. So like that's the role she wants to take and like leans up against when she's in this game, honestly. She wants to make sure everyone is completely fine and okay, but it feels like she wouldn't have her own convictions. Or though it's also the point of like being more idealistic. Part of me almost feels bad, but no, for someone like Diana, nothing can change her mind except our harsh reality. It's still ominous, nothing music, just for her. Seeing how everything goes for her at the end of this chapter. Oh yes, definitely. Page 3 of Diana's report card has been updated. I approached Diana, looking for answers to why she insists on becoming friendly with everyone here. She completely misunderstood what I was saying and called me her friend. I reminded her that we are in a killing game and that she's asking for trouble by trusting the people around her. Well, it's definitely obvious that this final FTE from her, unfortunately. Honestly, I would really like to get to know her a bit more. It's meant to be a whole giant foreshadowing with everything that happened with Eva in the trial itself, which it feels like just from these FTEs and what little we see of Diana, it kind of showcased that Damon and Diana are complete, like, not even just like how Wolfgang was a foil to Damon, but like, Diana actually is a complete, honestly, a better foil to me than he was in a sense. While Damon is way more pessimistic and thinks everyone is capable of him, like doing a murder, honestly, or doing things for their own selfish ends. Diana is the complete, utter opposite, trying to be as optimistic and tries to see the good in everyone else as much as she possibly can. but there are also both people who are a bit private or feel like they can't really talk to themselves, either whether they just want to keep things themselves because they want to have their secrets and don't want anyone else getting in, or literally she doesn't, like how in Diana's case, she doesn't think there's anything going on with her, or she doesn't want to come off as too bragging or arrogant in a sense, or literally just, it could honestly just be that she doesn't really have much interesting things to say about herself, even though she honestly could talk about her time with her own talent talking about that, but as she puts it, bragging, which she doesn't want to do at all. She wants to be, like, almost like, I keep saying it almost feels very act like a social chameleon, to be on good terms with every single person, at the risk of not really having, I guess, her own, I guess, personality, besides, I guess, being, generally nice, honestly. It feels to me, it could honestly just be me being more stuck in Damon's head and just seeing it like this, but it seems to me that Diana actually is, like, tailing herself in a way to, like, be, like, a people pleaser to every single person that she possibly can. Even with this entire thing of Damon outright saying, like, how he thinks about her trusting everyone, like, implicitly, to the point Diana spins it around to be like, oh, so you do care, which, even though it's still true, like, it's kind of like going over the point that he was trying to make. Like, she, like, doesn't want to think about the negatives, or just wants to realize in the moment that oh, you're telling me all this because you do care, whether it's about me or everyone else here. Which, yes, he does really care in some way. Like, even that's already showcased with Eva, that even though he says it's stupid to trust anyone else, he still does trust her, and look how that turned out. It'd just be very interesting by the end, like, while Diana is legitimately the person who wants to trust everyone as much as possible, it's gonna be a while, if at all, if Damon ever gets to that level to, be friendly with her later on down the line. Because I feel like the next chapter, the second one, is gonna be all about the fallout with that of Damon realizing that his trust has been betrayed, and the one person he liked literally ended up being a horrible person in a sense, or like was pushed to the edge to commit a murder. And it's gonna be him like doubling down on not trusting anyone else. And I've seen many people say the same idea before, that I hope the next chapter is really all about what was it, Diana, other character, and like a few other characters who aren't feeling friends with him, trying to reach out and be friends with him, or like, become allies in a sense, but he shuts it out completely up until the point that he's properly framed the next crime or something else that makes him realize that maybe it's actually better to have, like, allies in the situation than none at all. Like, he literally has to be physically forced to learn that, in a sense. Or it's way more trouble than it's worth, because the more antagonistic you get to someone else without anyone having your back or being friendly at all, people just will not take you seriously at all, because the entire chapter is literally all about him learning about that. Oh, it'd be so interesting to see that Diana will try to take the role of Wolfgang and try to be helping out other people way more and more, but at first people don't really like take her seriously because of it, which is because of her own talent, or I guess her corny speech, or like literally her hopeful speech actually was just a bit poorly timed after literally the most horrible execution imaginable, and she's trying to lift people's spirits up, which most people just think is a bit bad, unfortunate timing. And oh boy, I've seen seen teased that one of the script writers, or like one of the staff involved, got a small hint at the early script for the second chapter, and oh my god, from the sound of it, it's going to be probably a shit show at first. Like, it's gonna be there's gonna probably be a fight, honestly, at that. If not, then something worse is gonna happen when a murderer's trial happens, which, oh boy, I'll be here all for it. So just because, like, Diana is a social chameleon, in a sense, it's both hard to, like, understand, I guess, more about her, besides that she wants to be friendly towards everyone. As even Damon put it, she doesn't want to talk about herself at all. So I'm wondering if she'll even decide to even talk about how she got her talent in her FTEs, or if she would like just do that later on in the game at all. Like, I still want to know, like, I want to have, like, Eva, for example, Toshiko's and, like, everyone else to, like, talk about how they got to their own talents in a way. That's probably the most interesting first question you get for them, but so far we're not getting to her because she does not want to talk about herself in that way at all. I wonder at what point we'll actually see her talk about that. Or, quite honestly, literally just like, oh, I just like makeup, and I help some of my friends out, and literally just help with a play or musical, and just grew from there. Like, it was just that simple and that easy, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it, but either way, it's gonna be interesting to see how she shapes up for the next chapter. Really hope that she's a prominent, sort of, quote-unquote, antagonistic person to Damon. It'll be so interesting. Kai, it's you. You're up next. You are the one person at the very beginning I did like you, but I always assumed you were just gonna be just the one other comic relief character out of them, like 2 or 3 along with Cassidy and Jet. But with now you being paired up with Damon, both figuratively in the fandom and literally in this game with the rooming system, I think my interest in you has gone, like, heightened way much more along with everyone else's in this fandom, honestly. Man, what will Cass even make of this? Foolish nerd, spider selling pastries, like a weird nursery rhyme. Oh yeah, that was your blackmail, honestly. I didn't notice at the time, that's meant to be an Undertale reference. The spider bake sale down and to the right. God damn it. Kai appeared to be mulling over the blackmail motive. Oh, hey Damon. Yeah, I'm still confused with the letter I got. Since you're a debater, you're pretty smart, right? Have you been able to figure it out? That's assuming I was actively thinking about it. Help him anyway. Either way, if I don't help him out now, he'll probably bother me again some other time. Yes, literally when you're both gonna prepare to go to sleep. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I can take a look, but only a quick one.
Wait.
Damn, really? Okay. Let's find somewhere to sit. Privately. Like, out of everyone, I feel like besides Eva, like, just in the sound of it, like, both of them actually are kind of on the same level. Honestly, if anything, that laundry scene with them, like just sitting together and just, like, sort of both, like, being haters against Wolfgang, not knowing how much detergent and how to properly clean his clothes, like, they have the perfect hater dynamic, and it's funny, it's great, I love it, I ship it. Come on, come on, Jean, let's set sail. Kai and I studied the letter together, mulling over all the deep, dark secrets that Cassie might have had. There weren't many observations I could make about such an abstract message, but Kai seemed to be satisfied. So just because of that, we can look at it. That means Cassie's blackmail is stupid. Honestly, there's nothing to it. Honestly, I'm trying to even think of, like, how would even Cassie's blackmail even be considered blackmail, in a sense? Is it literally just like is it literally just some stupid thing of, like, she got caught, like, and failed a lot of times on Muffet or whatever else, and she didn't know that you can grab, I guess, like, a donut or pastry, honestly, in the ruins, and then eat it in front of her, and, like, just skip the battle entirely? That sounds like a stupid thing, honestly, because I don't think Undertale is that hard of a game anyway, so, what? What do you fucking mean, Tozu? Would you give Kai a present? Yes, actually, it's actually easier for me to pick up gifts for him than some for the other characters. Literally, like, anything you can imagine, like, him, like, more cutesy, honestly, he actually really just enjoys. Like, Mr. Color is a big example, although everyone except for Wolfgang likes it, so it's not the best example. But literally just for the items here in this row, he just likes a lot. Obviously, the fake piercings, the pack of titanium faux piercings for those who want to look cool but are too scared to actually pierce themselves. Do you even have any piercings? I know you have a ton of rings, that chain around on your pants at all, but do you actually have piercings? And I'm wondering on which ear for no particular reason. For no reason.
I never thought...
Holy crap. I don't know what to say. I think my cheeks are tingling. Kyla, your present. What's on left ear? Man, I need a frappe stat. Well, I guess that was your next gift I was gonna give you next time. So hopefully you still, like, you have a hankering for it next time.
Seriously?
Don't tell me you actually expect me to make one. Is the coffee machine in the kitchen even able to make that? How do you make one on your own without that kind of equipment?
Take it back!
What the heck? You think I can't do it on my own? Frappes are easy. Last year I turned out hundreds of my job. Oh, did you? Either you did that for your, like, a video for your influencer, you know, YouTube job, or, like, you worked as a barista, honestly. Please don't tell me you spelled everyone's names wrong. Please tell me you did that out of spite.
Huh?
You're a barista? I did work fast food once, but that's not what I mean.
What if...
I brewed frappes and poured them into branded cups to get the impression they were bought from a huge cafe chain. I took a photo and uploaded it for my fans to see. Working smart, working hard. The chain was paying me to show off their logo, so it didn't matter what the frappes were on my own. Like, you don't have to worry about drinking their terrible coffees as long as that's something that you enjoyed. As long as no one can see inside the cup, then they're none the wiser. A huge cafe chain with a strong presence on social media. The only thing I can think of right now is Starbucks, but I literally don't care enough to even give any mind to corporate, like, social media, because no matter how engaging or, like, I guess humorous it is, it just got old really fast, and I just ignore all of them outright. I do not want to be advertised or given a marketing propaganda at even most minuscule level. Get away from me. Given the state of the industry, there's really only one brand that could be. Oh my god, we had to fucking pick what the copyright-free version of Starbucks is. God damn it. Stardalla.
I know.
Was it Stardalla paying you?
You're just messing with
What
me.
the heck? I never heard of that in my life. Okay, well, I haven't either. That's why I chose. I must have misremembered. Let me think this over again. Now I just want... No, you're being... You're being sponsored by the hosts of this game.
It's simple.
Was the cafe chain called Marabucks?
Very funny.
Isn't that Tozu's weird pachinko currency? He's right, how could I mix the two up? They're just so similar, you know? Stella Dalla. Right. Oh, that was one of the I think the coffee cup in the very first row of the presents. Oh, yeah. I remember it now. Did you strike a D with Stella Dalla?
Hey.
Yeah, cool, right? It happened the same year I started being an influencer, too. Didn't you mention making frappes last year? Unless...
That's...
Wait, are you saying you've only been an influencer for 2 years?
No, seriously.
It's crazy, man. I made my account on a total whim. I didn't think anything would happen, but the photos I posted hit it off, like, immediately. Tons of likes and tons of messages, too. Dare I ask what kind of messages? But honestly, yeah, you probably stroke the algorithm proverbial, like, gold mine, honestly, just from how you do it. I don't think I'll ever get to that, honestly, if we're talking about anything about influencer stuff. I am perfectly fine with small niche as it is. I'm pretty sure, honestly, I will probably get bigger if I am uploaded much more, but right now, I can't do that, so I'm fine being low it is. I don't even think I'm gonna get any famous at all for talking about this, but this is fun to do. Messages? Private messages are my biggest no-go. Direct DMs, honestly, like that, yeah. I've actually never spoken one-on-one with a fan outside public appearances, and those talks are a minute or two max.
I see.
It was like a switch had been flipped inside him. Like, all enthusiasm just dropped. All of a sudden, he spoke with unusual amount of confidence.
Anyway.
So, what photos do you post? Well, my content's changed. At the start, he suddenly stopped. Look of realization flashing across his eyes. What did you make? Well, what did you do? If it's what I think it is, then I wonder, I wonder how. I wonder why you suddenly blew up a bit. I did skits. A whole bunch of them, and they got really popular. Okay, what's one called?
You think?
I thought you posted photos, not videos. Oh, shit.
This sucks.
Okay, I'll say it. When I first started my account, I uploaded photos of myself. Selfies.
No.
No way.
Dude, no!
Wearing clothes, dumbass! Depends on how you framed it.
The hell?
Why do you say so first? Because I wasn't thinking of it like that.
But...
The actual content was embarrassing enough as is. Then what the hell did you do? I
got nothing.
took photos myself inside aesthetic places and ran the photos through a filter. That sounds normal. Man, you're awkward as fuck, honestly. Oh.
Seriously.
So you see your ultimate talent by posting fake photos of yourself. If you're an influencer, I guess it doesn't really matter, honestly. Even marketing, it kind of has a whole thing about lying, honestly.
Don't say that.
No, that's obviously not why.
Right.
Alright, then what's the actual reason for your talent? Nuh-uh, no way am I telling you.
Eh?
What? I know you're already judging me. There's no point in saying the rest.
Go away.
I can't believe I walked right into this. Sheesh, why'd I choose to hang out with this guy? Because you room together, might as well know more about him. Honestly, like, to me, now this dynamic, honestly, back and forth, it goes so smoothly for me, actually. Like, I'm just having fun. He really needs to get a grip. FTE complete! Page 2, Kai's report card has been updated. Man, what kind of photos did you make, Kai? Not those ones! Not on fans only! Definitely not that. Or literally just do a Markiplier, honestly, and just the most, like, the most safe for work, but slightly suggested things in the world. But I don't think Kai would ever be like that. Kai Monteago. Kai's life as an influencer began just 1 year ago when he created an online account to upload edited photos of himself. The profile exploded in popularity. In that same year, Kai was offered a marketing deal with cafe industry titan Stella Dola. I wonder if they butt heads, honestly, or they work with Wenona, I guess. Because coffee beans to make coffee Z. Like, it's actually still interesting, like, he managed to get, like, so popular in just 2 years, or just one. Just, like, you hear the sound of it, like, unless, you, like, hit, like, I guess a trend out of nowhere, or you were, like, accidentally right in the middle of one, honestly, when you start making those photos, like, aesthetically pleasing, stuff like that, I would imagine, like, it would be a bit of a slow climb to take off, honestly, like that. He probably, like, moved on from, aesthetic photos, honestly, doing, like, I assume a bit more clickbaity, or just, like, fun, like, small ideas that are just fun to do. Like, I've seen a lot of them, like, people do, like, taste test videos and stuff like that, like, enjoying food, or, like, small, like, you know, safe little challenges, honestly, but are still entertaining to watch. It feels like that's what his kind of a brand is, honestly. Well, not really upsetting, I guess, his, I guess cute look, honestly, since he, like, likes, looking, quite as, fancy, I guess, as possible. Especially with I do like his pink hair with, like, the black roots growing out. Like, it's actually a really iconic look for him, honestly. And especially with the black shirt, the white collar, honestly, underneath, and the yellow gold, rings and piercings, honestly, and the chain. Like, it looks really good on him. It really does. Kai, I know in your room. Come out here right now. Or, oh yeah, I live here. I should probably just go in. Stupid me. Stupid Damo. How's it going? Yes, we're in here. How's it make you feel? Kai was standing in the corner, his eyes glued to several framed photos mentioned on the wall.
Way.
Does that say picture stuff? I see they were expensive enough to give everyone a unique room for every single person here, but we're just cheap enough to only give certain people actual good shit. Oh my god, Damon doesn't have any actual debating actual textbooks. Those are props. Wolfgang gets fucking all the real law books in the world, and you just get a bunch of photos on the wall which are completely just you just buy a supermarket and just hang them on the wall. What, you just only noticed so when you woke up this morning and just like staring at it like, wait, I don't know any of these people. That's a stock family photo. Who are these people? Did they seriously pull these from a stock image site and forget to remove the watermark? The photos in this room have watermarks? That's kind of funny. Oh no, that's fucking hilarious.
Holy!
Eh?
Huh?
Huh. Why are you here? Is it nighttime already? Crap, why am I here? I don't know, just lingering around. Plus I'm talking more. Like, it's still so like fun to see like how much like him and Damon like slowly just hit off as like a few days have gone by. It's so fun to see, honestly. Both him like annoying Damon to get into the game tournament, and Being comfortable enough to sleep in the same bed together. No reason at all. No reason at all. I decided this morning that I was done bunking with this guy. So why the hell am I here? Subconscious.
It's
Making an excuse. Calm down, it's not even close to being evening. I'm just here to collect something I left behind yesterday.
Very funny.
Can't you wait till tonight?
Seriously.
Why wait when I can just do it now?
This sucks.
Fine, you win. Just don't take forever. Let me just slowly pick up these 2 socks that's in the ground. Just slowly bend down, paint with 2 fingers, lift it up. Oops, I dropped it. Han, let me try again. Crane game time. You don't have to tell me twice. I pretended to search Kai's room, making sure to feign annoyance when inevitably came up empty-handed. Then he asks you, "What did you lose?" Maybe I found it already. Have fun making your way out of there. By the time I was done, Kai's initial apprehension had cooled to a begrudging acceptance. Would you like to give him a present? Yes. Okay, I hope you like this actual unicorn frappe. Hopefully it's good for your tastes. A magical blend of mango, raspberry, and sparkles. One of Stella Dolla's most popular coffee-free menu items. Like, you said before you didn't really like, I guess, Stella Dolla's frappes too much, unless... Literally, the sponsorship deals you were given from them were literally just the more coffee drinks, which you're not a big fan of. So, enjoy this instead.
Really?
You're not playing a prank on me, are you? This is actually real? Yes, I got it from my gachapon that was, who knows how long this frappe was inside that goddamn, vending machine, honestly. Hopefully it still tastes good for your taste. Let's not say that loud to him, though. Wow, thanks so much. Kai, I love your present. Oh, nice. Hey, you feel I'll get to talk now. Can you help me out with something?
What now?
What is it? You know the dining hall, right? No, I never heard of a place called a dining hall before ever in my fucking life. Don't ask how, but this morning, one of my rings rolled under the fridge. I've been looking for someone with skinny arms to reach under and grab it, so...
Really?
Go ask Toshiko then. Dang it, Damon. Wait, hold on a second, I just realized something. Hold on, let me just check something real quick. Wait, I need to see this. 145. You're like 6 pounds bigger. Wait, oh my god, wait, hold on. He's like 6 pounds heavier than Damon is, but 5'10". He's 1 inch shorter than you. What do you mean skinny arms? What? I know, it's actually kind of nice that he's in some artwork from, I think the official artist for the game, Kai's depicted as slightly a bit chubby, which is actually kind of cool. But, what do you mean that Damon is skinnier enough to fit his hand underneath there? What do you mean?
Dude, no!
I already did. She admonished you. I asked her and Mark and Ulysses, everyone said no.
Take it back.
Come on, just help me. I'll make you a frappe. I'm really good at those, remember? If I'm thirsty, I can get water from the tap. Have fun drinking that straight from the water when there's no glasses around. Hey, don't walk away. Kai suddenly sprang forward and grabbed my arm. Just imagine him just dive bombing, honestly, and just dead weight clinging to Damon's arm. Please help me. Trying to climb up on his shoulder. Please. Ah. Please, man, I need my ring back. Jeez, this guy's a piece of work.
Okay.
Fine, show me where it is. This fridge, the only fridge in the whole entire facility. Kai took me to the dining hall, clinging onto my arm the entire way. How nice. How simple, how cute, how quaint. Enjoying every single moment of this. Thankfully, no one's around here to see this travesty. Okay, we're here. It's what, there's a second dining hall secretly somewhere here? Where else would we go? I shook Kai's grip off me and walked over to the fridge. Getting on my hands and knees, I began to feel around underneath. Cling! My finger grazed the edge of something small and cold, causing it to rattle. Bullseye. I shuffled forward into my face and practically pressed against the fridge, and plucked Kai's ring up between 2 fingers. Nice. Maintaining as steady grip as possible, I pulled it out. Man, you couldn't even get him, what was it, one of those long, like, grippy thingies, the hands, the claw, press a button, and it just like, goes snip snap. Crab legs. Crab claws.
Hey.
Kai immediately grabbed the ring from my hand. Thanks so much, man. Seriously, I mean it.
You think?
For a guy with rings on every finger, you sure make a big deal out of losing just one of them.
Very funny.
I don't wear these because they look pretty. There's actual meaning behind them. Oh, really? Like, do they have engravings on them or like something like that? Such as?
Man.
Well, for starters, the ring you just found, a friend gave me that one. Oh, it's like a gift to the sentimental value. Oh.
No, seriously.
Yeah, a girl from high school. We'd always hang out after class at a nearby cafe. That's where my addiction to frappe started. And you've never got off it since. Not because of the caffeine, though. I always have frappes without it. I thought you liked coffee. No, for the looks of it, he, like, as hinted last time, he doesn't like actual coffee entirely.
Whatever.
Not espresso either. Because of what's on my report card. Meh. Wait, is that actually what it says as a report card? I didn't even bother reading it, like, besides a few characters, like, their likes and dislikes. Coffee? Well, that can encompass, like, both actual standard normal coffee everyone's used to, or just other non-espresso or caffeine coffee, honestly. I mean, there is decaf too, you guys know, right? Dislikes apologizing too. Okay. Ukulele. What? That's just a popular misconception. Whoever wrote that thing probably sourced the info from some internet article. But, yeah, that's why this ring is really important to me. My friend and I, we had something cool back then.
I see.
Cool? I was probably just hearing things, but the way Kai's voice peered out at the end there, it didn't seem almost melancholic. Like, did things not go so well? Huh. Yeah, it's pretty short and sweet, but huh. Like, his ring's actually having some sentimental values. Huh, interesting to know about him. One of Kai's golden rings had been gifted to him by a high school friend. When the ring slipped off his hand and rolled underneath the fridge, he became a sobbing mess. Huh. It's like, it must have been a really important gift, honestly, for him, honestly, that he really wanted it back, honestly. Does that mean all the other rings he has in his fingers, honestly? Like, I don't know if those rings around, I guess, one of his strands of hair, honestly, would count, but does that mean all the rest of his, like, rings in his hands, actually, like, are gifts from his friends as well? They really have a lot of sentimental value, but did something happen with his, high school friend, honestly? That like, well, like, they stopped being friends, or, like, something happened to her and she died, or, like, they just broke up, honestly? Like, they stopped being friends, anything like that? Makes it sound like it, they just don't talk anymore, in some capacity. I wonder if it has anything to do, I guess, with maybe, I know the original bio from, Kai's, his bio card before the game was out was, like, something about him having into a lot of controversies, honestly, but the sound of it, honestly, he doesn't really have, like, he doesn't seem like one of those kind of people that uses, like, flowers to help manipulate people. And I don't think I even commented on that in the prologue, because he never actually fit that vibe for me. Like, I didn't think he was, like, some secret manipulator who's out there to literally have, has everyone's worst interests in heart, honestly. He just seems like a guy who really just wants attention, and gets really, I guess, upset, or, like, pouty if he doesn't get it at all. I mean, on some level, honestly, being I guess, an influencer, YouTuber, anyone who uses social media, on some level, you probably do just like the attention. I mean, look at me. I like doing all this stuff and getting a lot of, and reading people's comments, honestly. Like, it's really fun. My favorite things to do, honestly, is, like, when making videos and talking so much just to hear other people's own takes on it, or just their own responses to what I'm saying right here. Like, that's my idea for, like, making these videos. Just showing something that I enjoy, or, like, showing a different take that probably no one else has seen, and taking it like that. But from the sound of it, he only had this influencer title, or made an account, honestly, for 2 years, and if this girl is a high school friend and they just haven't talked anymore, like, that means, like, at the earliest they became friends, I guess, their freshman year, and before, I guess, he graduated from high school and was invited to come here. Like, that means at some point, either a year after, like like in what was it? Freshman, sophomore, like either like sophomore or junior, or even like a few months ago, honestly, before this game happens, like maybe something that he did, like they got into an argument over and they just stopped talking. Makes me wonder if it has anything to do with him just like what he's been doing like on his account, being an influencer. Honestly, he doesn't strike me as the kind of person to like do anything more controversial, but I'm wondering exactly what caused him to stop talking. It feels like it could be tied to his talent though. So how's it going, Kai, old buddy? Again, I just got out of seeing Kai and Damon both absolutely just being complete haters on Wolfgang in the laundry scene, and that's just, again, so goddamn nice. And oh, it's interesting to think about, like, the same line that Ingrid said in her, one of her FTEs, honestly, talking about how nice the food actually in the kitchen is. Kai actually says that almost, like, always after doing the laundry scene, or on the way to the kitchen before encountering Eva in the hall right before. Like, he's a simple guy with simple pleasures in life. And I respect that. I respect that a lot. Cassie and Jen are pretty weird, but I can't turn down a game tournament. So the Kai's excited about the upcoming tournament. Did you actually, like, do a lot of game stuff for your influencer job, or just, like, small things here or there? Because for some reason, I don't see you doing a lot of gaming Let's Plays, honestly, for your channel. Should I bother engaging with him? Sure, ...
You think?
You aren't scared? Scared about what? It's possible you'll be alone in a room with Cassidy and Jet. What? What would you do if they attempted something? What?
Dude, no!
Dude, don't say that! I mean, it's not like it's gonna be just the three of us. The music guy is coming too, and the pirate. And yeah, the pirate guy is kind of scary because he's big and bulking and heavy, but yeah. There's no way those four could all be planning something, right? All together, only one person could escape, honestly, right? Unless there's new rule in place where you can bring one other person with you. With a combined wit? Probably not. And by the end of this chapter, probably the two smartest characters in the game have been gone, so unless someone has a amazing plan, or like the plan is just like very accidental as them cleaning up on themselves, I think it's gonna be an easy win, except unless Wenona tries her hand at it, or maybe even Ulysses, I guess. There's a possibility there, because technically both of them are pretty smart. They are, yeah. After reassuring himself that the tournament posed no threat, Kai proceeded to lambast me for my earlier comment. How dare you try to scare me? Yeah, again, you would not like horror games, honestly, in any sense of the word. Ugh.
I get it.
Alright, I get it, I'm sorry. He railed into you talking about about trying to scare him like that for so long, screaming right into your ear. Would you like to give Kai a present? Sure, to alleviate how awkward that conversation went. Okay, fine, you want something better. If you don't want to look me in the eye, here, take this baseball cap. So you just have to lift it down, honestly, like a certain detective, honestly, so you don't have to look at me. Which is interesting because it's probably talking about a different kind of headwear in his report card, seeing it again, but like, would a baseball cap technically count as headwear in a sense? Unless it's something else, like you put in your head, I guess, like, I don't know. The only thing I could think that come to mind that's like headwear is like I guess like wrestler garb that you put around your mouth or like your head, honestly, or like, I don't know, the weird teeth dentistry thing that was in that one Diary Wicked book, honestly. The one that Greg was like, no, I don't want to wear this. I'll look uncool, unhip. This is awesome. If I could snap a photo of it, I'd totally show my fans. Kai, I liked your present.
This sucks.
I've been trapped here so long. I wonder what my fans are thinking right now. My long-term followers don't expect a mini hiatus every now and then, but never one this long. Of all things to be worried about, it's what people might say online that he focuses it on. Yeah, like if it's kind of his job, and like, there's a whole thing about cancel culture and all that, so, yeah. By the way, you still haven't told me how you earned your ultimate talent. Bot likes, box subscribers, no.
You're just messing with me.
You're so annoying. Okay, fine, I'll tell you, but you're not allowed to make fun of me. It can't be worse than what I already heard, can it? Basically my account, you know, the one where I posted edited pics. Since it blew up so fast, a large media company took notice and offered me a job with them. Like, they just noticed you have a sort of knack for thumb stuff, and like you were hired on, and I guess that gave you more reach or leverage. I noticed some of the more popular, I guess, gaming Let's Players like PewDiePie in the past and Markiplier and Jacksepticeye. Like, probably one of the biggest things about them reached, get more people getting noticed with them is not even just like their own personality of like how they go through games, whether they're silly, honestly, or just have a goofy personality to fit along with the game and make the gameplay even more fun, but also I guess in a more, I guess, algorithmic level that there are people who come from way different other sides of the world, honestly. Jacksepticeye is, you know, from Ireland and England. Like Mark is like American, but he is Korean heritage, and obviously PewDiePie is like Sweden, and they all speak English, but they have all their, they can have the reaches in other countries, honestly. So you are probably more corporate in that sense, honestly. If everyone here actually is American, then this is probably the next best step, honestly, to here. That's how you got more people to see you, honestly, reach that. They helped promoted you when they saw you had some potential. Receiving a job offer for simply uploading photos himself, pretty par for the course nowadays.
Way.
Another job was kind of out there. The gist was, I had to operate a social media account on a different platform, entirely incognito. Some other influencers would be working with me too. They basically operate sister accounts. Why were you incognito? Because I'm assuming he's not operating as himself. He's maybe a representative, I guess, for the company itself, and other influencers would focus on those for their subsidiaries. I guess it could just be kind of like those fast food social media places. It's usually one or two people, honestly, making those accounts and those tweets, and then one of them literally had the thought to really just start being very mean and smug on the Wendy's account, which led to all of that whole thing. It's literally just whole marketing gimmicks, honestly, and probably people who know how to get likes and views, honestly, which are best fit for the job for better marketing purposes. But I guess if they don't promote you, you just get more tips and tricks, honestly, from the company itself and other influencers you are, working alongside of to get more tips on how to make your own stuff better or have a bigger reach, actually, which is nice. So the public couldn't tie a face to the account. Makes it more omnipresent feeling. Yeah, it's a lot of fast food accounts. Omnipresent? It's literally just the company mascot, honestly. They just have the mascot of their company on from, I guess, social media accounts, honestly. So yeah, until you get a Grimace account, trying to save face of the whole Grimace Shake disaster. My page is pretty popular, but not a lot of revenue was being made. I even had to work several part-time jobs to pay for rent, so I took the offer. Yeah, good for you.
I see.
Makes more sense why they approached you, then. What was this account even supposed to be about?
Now that you say it.
Our task was to create a viral page that appealed to the teenage demographic. Yeah. My coworkers didn't care that much, though. They just stole posts from lesser-known accounts to call it a day. Okay, gotcha. I could probably see that from more lazier people, honestly. Also, okay, since we're on this topic now about demographics, stuff like that, I still, am a bit miffed that I'm, Infinity Train, that was meant to be a cartoon just for, a teenage demographic, honestly, even though it was that one thing in animation which it wasn't fully for adults, and it wasn't fully for children, and apparently that's one of the big reasons why it was taken off the air, because it was meant to be in the very direct middle of those two demographics, the main thing for TV. I'm trying to even think if there's actually TV shows on my head which are expressly marketed only for towards teenagers, honestly, because most of the stuff I've seen, honestly, are just either one or the other, whether adult adult media, honestly, could just be more childish in a sense, a lot of adult animation, there's a lot of slop there, and there's a lot of children's animation which have a lot of mature themes which almost anyone can enjoy with that. but I don't think I've seen, I guess, any show or anything like that actually do something more targeted towards teenagers, the teenage demographic, honestly. And I guess there's also the whole thing of, even for, like, some shows have actually been canceled, honestly, because, girls are starting to like a boy show, honestly, taking sales away from, the actual girl-targeted show. So, even though your show is doing successful, if the girls start liking it a lot too, honestly, and they are people, like, viewing the show and buying merch from that, no, we can't have that. We gotta segregate the market and discriminate against them, because it has to be in clean boxes. The same way, like, video games were mostly marketed towards the boys for a long time, and kind of still are, in a sense, even though, whoever, like, the stuff people play nowadays is pretty split between them, both male and female, honestly, with a slight smidge to female, mostly just, the fringe case of, mobile games. Like, Nintendo actually, marketed, their early, stuff in the boys, for the boys, honestly, because video games back then didn't really have their own section. It was literally just a toy. So they put in the kids' boys' toy section. So yeah. Okay, ramble over. I went way off topic. But yeah, there's like a whole lot of demographics and marketing there could be into place, which I don't really take that much into account for this channel. I don't really care too much. This is a hobby. Just to put it out there.
Right.
And I assume you didn't.
Hell no!
Obviously not. I want my profile to have a personality of its own. Something funny and relatable and stylish, all the things which would appeal to our target demographic.
Hey!
To start, I mainly try to reference brands that were increasing in popularity at the time, like Stella Dalla. And by total chance, it worked. Enough for Stella Dalla to offer me a marketing deal.
Come again?
Wait, so they never approached you on your public account? Nope, just my incognito one. Okay, then. Like, you were just, like, working off through there, then. So, like, did your personal account, I guess, like, get big as well? Or, like, did you just get a boost in your personal account, were hired for that job, and then you just got big being an influencer there? You market your, like, your main hobby with your own personal account being your main job, but actually, what you do is literally all behind the scenes. Still, $1 wasn't my only marketing deal either. A lot of brands wanted to place on my page because of how much traction it was getting. Because it added casualness that was rare for profiles with sides at the time. Most popular profiles represented brands and stuff, so they tried to look professional above all else. Formalities, yeah. And because they saw my page skyrocket in popularity, those same brands began trying to emulate the feel of it.
Seriously?
Then you're the reason brands now try to look cool on the internet. Sorry. You're the reason why all those fast food companies in this universe are like that nowadays. Ha! It's all your fault, Kai! I'll admit, I found it kind of impressive.
No, seriously.
No, it's not just bored marketing teams that were trying to emulate me. To my followers, I was like the person they wanted to be. They started copying my profile's humor, taking photos of themselves interacting with the same brands. That include clothing brands too, so certain styles became really popular. Oh yeah, there's that one gift, honestly, that's in on my list to give to you, which apparently is makes you look superior, like a JP jacket, I think it was. I was gonna give you that too. Scarves, track pants, and styling your hair into pigtails for some reason. Wendy's. Teenagers were making very particular brands their entire personality. This was starting to remind me of something. A certain aesthetic became big over the past year. Well, what the fuck? Well, I don't know in-universe stuff like this. If it's, like, actually, like, meant to be comparable to what happened in real life, then I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention to fashion. I wear stripes for shirts, honestly, most of the time. What the fuck do you mean I should know this? The Dollar Syndrome? Y2K. This is the third, like, this is the next several times they reference Y2K. Like, legitimately. It has some significance in this game at some point. And literally the whole entire thing with, Ulysses even bring up the whole digital thing of, if it takes over, then the whole world can go into an isolationist slump, honestly. Like, it's not the first time this game's bringing it up. It's not. What is, I feel that's part of the commentary that I guess the Killing Game hosts are doing, Tozu and Mara are trying to do, along with the UTP, honestly. And it feels like, in a sense, because of that, of ranking him, the people who are talented higher, honestly. Kai's honestly like another, I guess, sort of association to that, which makes me feel like he's gonna be another, important figure in the later chapters. Not even just the fact that I like these two dynamic, and I do actually ship them. I've actually sat down and read several fanfics about it, like literally, including ones where Kai dies. The last one I read honestly made me fucking sad. Like really fucking depressed. It ruined my day. It was well written, but man, it killed the joy out of me. Like Jesus Christ. And it probably just didn't help that like God damn it, Y2K, that one game is on my list, even though a lot of people don't like the original version of it. Man. But I just want to know, Y2K in the postmodern RPG, go. Is it that? No, it's not. Are you talking about the whole Y2K comeback?
Whatever.
That fashion trend was popular like 2 years ago. When you started, yeah. But it was like, Y2K returned 2 years ago. I'm sorry, what? Easy mistake. What's DVSCO? I feel it's the right answer, so I want to know what this is. We're learning world building just from choosing the wrong answers in these FTEs, honestly. This is interesting.
Right.
What you're describing sounds like a lot like still a Dala syndrome aesthetic.
Hey.
Cause it is. Oh, the right one. God damn it.
Jeez.
No way. Yeah, my reach extended pretty far.
No, seriously.
Some traits of the aesthetic have become so mainstream, they transcended even the idea of Stella syndrome. Is that an actual thing? Like, Starbucks syndrome? Is that an actual, like, psychology or marketing thing online? That people, like, marketing teams have actually looked into? Like, pigtails? Nobody associates pigtails with any particular aesthetic. It's just fashionable now. That's insane. He's pioneered an entire zeitgeist. Then is this how you became the ultimate influencer?
What if...
Yep, that's the story. That's actually way more impressive than I ever thought it would be, actually. I know that's a thing online, like I'm like just scouting for different jobs, I guess. I'm just for careers, like just for my field, so I like a part-time like do this as a hobby. Like I've been seeing more and more stuff like that for like a social media analyst, or like I'm using, I guess, marketing terms and keywords honestly to like be like help the company like get better reach or like get more profits going in. I've been seeing that more and more, but like, oh, it's so interesting to actually see like a take on it like this here of all places, especially with all I talked before of like oh, like the UTP is really just a larger extent of this, of using and propagating someone else, like other people who have exceptional talents, and putting them on in the spotlight, and people want to like replicate that or like want to be those people and try to cultivate their own talents and passions to be as good as them or to be recognized as such. But yeah, we know like in some cases that you could just be recognized for the wrong thing, like Ava does next case, honestly, so it's not without its shortcomings. Looking back, it's pretty obvious that the UTP connected me to the incognito account. But guess I can't complain, right? How'd they quite see it? Did you start your personal hobby account, honestly, connected to that one just based on your similar writing style? I know there's the whole thing, you can't really fully change how you change how you write and like how you speak and like and stuff. We already got a sort of hint with that with Wenona like figuring out where Damon was just by his accent. I'm pretty sure it'd be like same thing for writing style. Like you write like a certain way so much, you improve so much, like you write in this way, and then they might have noticed that based on how what you do in your personal account and your professional account, they sort of like match up or back and forth based on how you, I guess, tweet, write online, or just what similar interests you honestly do have there. Judging by his expression, I don't think he knew the answer to his own question. Kickstarting a social media phenomenon? Well, his achievements were definitely impressive, the culture spawn was dubious. After all, how meaningful can identity based on a brand really be? How nice and how ironic it is for you to say that out loud, Damon. God damn it. If it would be me, I'd just be happy with the money and the connections. For Kai, though, it seemed like his heart was in a debate with itself. You have no idea how similar you two are. What the fuck? You put them, you have your talent be your entire personality. Oh my god, this is great. Oh, this is great. Nice hypocritical writing and stuff. There it is. There it is. Another thing to add to the tally mark. Another way how Damon is hypocritical. Bam, there it is. I would so love to see someone actually like make a giant video explaining how every single character in the game is hypocritical in this chapter in every way, even if there's FTEs. Even if we find out later what more ways they're hypocritical through their other FTEs or how they act in the rest of the game, I would eat that up. I love this character analysis crap. I love it. I love it. Oh, it's so great. Oh, I want to know. FTE complete. Page 4 Kai's report card has been updated. Man, this is an intriguing one. Ooh, I love it. When Kai was hired to run a social media page for teenagers, he encounters viral success. His page pioneered the Stilladola syndrome aesthetic, earning him the title of Ultimate Influencer, which again is spectacular. If like it actually makes his actual title as an influencer make way more sense than just him. Oh, I'm a YouTuber. I definitely know what's going on, and literally just become an influencer because of that. Like, no, he actually has a professional corporate experience. Actually, having a social outreach and making a lot of trends happen, becoming the origin of said trends, honestly. And even though he doesn't like how things shaped up, honestly, it was part of his job, or he kind of propagated along with his own personal account and whatever else. Like, it's still funny, but yeah, he knows how to work the market in a sense. Man, it'd be an unexpected way to have we actually ever seen Wenona and Kai actually interact at all? I don't think so, but I wonder how she feels, honestly, about that. Like, both Wenona and Kai are on a more private, like a more down low or actual private accounts, honestly, for what they do, their talents, honestly. So I'm wondering how they would feel about each other. They're two different worlds of marketing and that. Like, she's in agriculture and farming and food, while Kai's in more social media and branding and marketing. But honestly, like, if they do, I guess, work together, if like, I don't even know if Wenona actually, like, oh my god, that'd be so funny if literally Wenona literally just like completely just disregards Kai entirely, but then finds out, oh, you were the person who made the social media accounts, and then, oh god, I would live to see their reaction. I would live for it. Please, if it's not in the game, please, I want someone to write the interaction. I would so love it. It would be so great to see her taking down a kind of almost a peg, honestly. Just from how she always assumes the worst of people and like always talks down to everyone and bragging. Definitely not humble at all. But oh good gosh. So I see you're lounging around close by the dining hall. You really want to get a glimpse inside the gaming tournament and actually get a sneaky peek, honestly, to figure out all the latest moves, honestly, right? I mean, you're actually way better at gaming than you knew actually how to play there for a while, actually, or did you literally just master all the moves the very segment like right before the blackout happened, when you're setting things up in the room, that you literally sat down and memorized all the different movesets and then taught Damon it? But like, were you also a secret nerd and actually liked that game, or just like you actually had some experience in other fighting game prowess, or you just have a secret knack for that as well? Like, what? Thinking about it, what? What the heck does Tozu do all day? Stop, like, watch through cameras, honestly. Look at screens. You know, as you do. You can't just be watching us 24/7, right? What does Tozu do all day, huh? Oh man, it's an interesting question. Talk to Kai, yes. That's an interesting conversation right there. I briefly entertained Kai's question about Tozu, taking care not to mention anything about dart throwing. What? What do you mean about dart throw? What? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Would you like to give Kai a present? Sure. I don't have no idea where dart throwing came from, though. I honestly just do not know. Yeah, it was this gift that I was talking before. The JP jacket, a slick windbreaker from an expensive brand. Wearing it gives you a feeling of superiority. Well, this looks way more fashionable than the stupid Supreme clothing brand. White t-shirts with just a giant red Supreme logo on it. Like, that is just ugly. I don't care. Or, like, y'all can like it if you like it, but honestly, it looks stupid and just ugly to me, honestly. Literally. Has no pizzazz, no style to it. It's really only just there.
Really?
I bet it's only like quote unquote the Supreme brand because literally just some big people actually endorsed it, whether they actually liked it or not. No, they were pretty much paid to endorse it, honestly. I can only imagine. I have no idea how that brand came about, the Supreme brand, honestly, but I'm pretty sure it did not get there by its own morals. You're playing a prank on me, are you? This is actually real? Wow, thanks so much. Kai, lend your present. You know, Kai, something about this incognito account has been bothering me. What is it? Gonna talk about salacious stuff? A while ago, you said the Stella Dolla marketing deal happened at an old job.
That's...
Which means everything you told me since, that's not Pirate Life anymore, is it? Oh, did he have a line saying it's part of your old job? I missed that then.
Man.
It was too busy talking about TV shows and other games. Yeah, the UTP unintentionally screwed me over.
Huh?
Huh? Oh, are they like the UTP literally gave you the title and it gave an explanation of what you do? Oh shit, actually. When people learned I'd been named the Ultimate Influencer, there was a lot of confusion.
But...
See, my public profile had a few 100,000 followers, which is cool and all. But a 2-second search in the same platform turned up influencers with 5 times as many.
I see.
They were more fitting candidates now as the public is what you're saying. Oh, so because of that, people were like, they dug more into it and then you were uncovered, I guess? Oh shit, is that where the whole thing came in? Oh, people hated that. Oh god, that makes so much more sense. The bio card, I guess, was like a giant, like, lie, honestly. Like, oh god, that's so... Wow. That is fascinating, actually. I know there's a whole thing of, you're gonna get people, actually, if you get big enough, or like, well, no, not that. People are gonna hate you no matter what, whether they actually have a good reason or not, whether they just don't like how this got popularity, or literally just the fact that you're everywhere is just annoying to them, so they just associate you with that feeling. So there's that, but like, that's what happened there, didn't it? Oh my god, that's so... wow. Pretty much. Skeptics started to look more into my account, and they realized I had a lot of similarities to my incognito account. Mostly to do with typing style and posting time. Yeah, that's what I thought. I even get paranoid about that, honestly, at times. Like, a lot, honestly. I noticed that when I was younger, honestly. Wait, so much, though. So, oh god, there's so many different ways people can find out about things about you on the internet, honestly. So, oh god. The same way, like, when I was in middle school, honestly, that, like, just anything you say, anything you could say, like, whether you mean it, like, in a certain way or not, whether you mean it in the most genuine way and goodwill imaginable, sometimes just from how you say it, or just the background of the person you're talking to, honestly, it could legitimately be the worst thing they've ever heard, or, like, the worst advice they've ever heard, and it would just make things, like, worse, honestly, since, and you would probably never know until after it's already happened, or, oh, God. Just a lot of paranoia, honestly, just from that. Like, anything you do, anything you can say, people can trace you. People can. It was the sort of stuff that didn't seem odd until you actually focused on it. Anyway, but sister accounts also got investigated since they interacted so much with mine. And that's when people found the stolen posts. Huh. So Kai becoming Ultimate was ironically the operation's undoing. Oh, so you were literally tied. You were given hate stuff because of the sister accounts being lazy and stealing stuff from other accounts. Did they actually trace anything to you, or like well, never mind actually, because I know there's several like people online who just because they did something on their own time, or like they were just associated with someone who did something wrong, just by that association, you were just given the bad spotlight, honestly, anyway. Like, people, like, both have stupid reasons for trying to cancel someone on the internet, or literally just, oh, you like this thing, which is not harming anyone, and you just like, you're not literally, forcing anyone else, but you like it, so, disgusting, go away, bye, and just, like, give hate, or just, like, just make a whole big harassment campaign and just cancel for that. That's kind of what's happening, honestly, with the staff for this game as well, which anyone who's actually doing that to the staff, by the way, y'all suck. I don't care how you're doing it. Like, actually read into what exactly is going on and notice that they're actually fucking people. Did they do anything wrong? Okay. Did they? No? Okay. So if you still don't like them anyway, then move on. Don't keep harassing people anymore. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like art is becoming reality is becoming like art now. The annoying thing is, since we were all part of the same team, I got lumped in with the thieves. Even though I tried to defend myself, no one but my fans listened. People wanted me to apologize for hiding my identity, saying I've been lying to everyone. And again, this is another thing I keep saying about lying, honestly. Like, because you're lying to protect yourself, honestly. Like, what was it? Especially, like, that's even more true, honestly, for, like, growing up, honestly, like, what was it? I'm gay? So, literally, if you say that to the wrong people, honestly, that'll make things worse. Or, like, you just get in a lot of fights and all that. So, why would I want to, like, just say that out loud to so many people in real life if I don't want to be, like, don't want to get involved in a fight? Or, like, into an altercation like that? I'll take the easy route and lie, or just hide away that part of myself so I can go on another day, honestly. I don't have to worry about any of that. Why do people care about the absolute truth sometimes? Sometimes the truth makes things worse. There's nuance to this, by the way. There's nuance to this. That's why I keep, I want more, like, stories, honestly, explore that conversation. I would love to see a mystery game actually talk about, like, it's fine if you, like, know the whole truth, honestly, so you can work through it, like, whether it's trauma or, like, something, you're personally, upset or, working through by. But if you try to tell other people about it, or to give the whole truth to the whole world, it just makes things worse because it's not their truth to know. It's not their truth to know about. And if they know about it, it's all about, like, how someone uses the truth. Like, if someone is given the truth, how they use it in the future. And, like, what was it? Without giving any spoilers, Knives Out is a perfect representation of that, where at least 3 people in that story, in that movie, are all given, like, no essential truth about things going on, and they actually react to it and do stuff in the movie and the narrative in wildly different ways. It's literally how you react and how you use the truth to your own, like, your own devices. And depending on how you use it, that shows us what your true nature is. And again, I hate when people just say lies are completely and utterly bad no matter what. That's probably another reason why I'm not a big fan of Wolfgang at all because of that. Because again, and that's also again another reason why at the very beginning I was giving all the benefit of the doubt to Eva, honestly, and look how that turned up when no one even decided to do the same thing, honestly. Look how that turned up. Wow, I'm very heated about this conversation, this topic. Like, every time it comes up in other, like, games, honestly, I'll probably do the same exact fucking thing. God damn it. But being incognito wasn't even my choice. Yeah, it's literally, you know, your contract, whether, like, it was literally part of your job to be incognito. Yeah. So, yeah.
I've got something to say.
I definitely wasn't going to apologize for accepting the job. Why would I apologize for needing money? Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of that whole moral conundrum thing I like seeing in stories, and even I think I made for a short story. Like, okay, so your family is very poor, and they're homeless, and they're on the depths of starvation. Like, sure, stealing is bad, but legitimately, are you gonna are you gonna, like, just make sure that like, take it all away and just make them starve? And actually, like, make sure they actually have something to eat? I know the stupid stigma around homelessness and, like, people, like, some people out there thinking that, legitimately, like, anyone who's homeless, actually, it's all their fault, but most of the times, it's literally not their fault, it's forces outside their control. Well, it's family, like, their past jobs or corporate, or literally just where they're born and raised, like, the area they lived in. Legitimately, it all can just stem from that, and in a moment's notice, you could probably just go homeless so quickly, out of the blue, which, oh good gosh. Talking about heavy stuff, but honestly, this entire thing, yes, it's a heated conversation for a heated topic. Why should I apologize for needing money? Of course, that's when the whole Kai hates apologizing thing started. Literally, okay. Did that means just from that, if like Tozu literally just got all this details just from publicly available information about everyone. Like if there's like recordings of like what was it, Damon's own debates, honestly, that means that literally if a character or like a person on the other side of the debate team, like it's an oxymoron, like you just see like Damon like, you know, hate that or like shut up about that. But like I'm wondering about the more personal details, especially since some of the characters actually don't have social media, unless like Tozu and Mara actually looked into I guess even their files and the jobs they have, or even they actually use the UTP itself to figure more details out about them. So, oh boy. So literally again, Eva was right, even though she was yeah, definitely using it for selfish purposes, but like it's weird how no one notices how strange that is that like the Killing Game hosts honestly know this much about them, or like using it to this way. And actually thinking about it, like because of that, like coffee, not not even just coffee like Kai likes, but also apologizing. They literally just got that onto Kai. I wonder if there's a whole thing of favoritism or just trying to like definitely make some characters look in a bad light for the rest of the cast. I mean, it's already happened with Ava, honestly, so far with she made the idea that they could use our own information against us to incite a murder, honestly, and the next day, even though it would not make any sense that after she said that, whatever big corporation team going on, they literally swarmed like every character's house to find certain details out, or like physical stuff like Toshiko's drawing, how they had that on standby so fast. It's literally there just to make and arise just that down suspicion, honestly. And God. The people opposing you flipped every detail on its head.
No, seriously.
Man, this isn't even scratching the surface. Yeah, it's pretty much the whole thing of like what was it? It's just massive confirmation bias. Literally, the second you start seeing someone as a villain, you'll just start looking at every single detail along with that lens, even if there's so many like pieces of evidence or details which prove them completely innocently. Like, there's just there's a lot of ignorant people out there who don't even want to bother doing that. They don't really want to care. Like, that's probably the biggest thing, honestly, from the world, is how much, like, if you care enough about something or not. The worst thing was the 24/7 arguments. People got into all sorts with my fans.
Jeez.
And did you step in at all? That's the thing, because if you do try to step in, and if you already tried to step in and actually give an apology out, and they didn't listen, that would make things worse. Honestly, from, what was it? It's one thing, no matter what you do, it's just gonna make things, I guess, worse in the long run. So the only thing you can do, just mitigate as much as possible. In the sense of just stepping back and just trying to distance yourself from the situation all in all. I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong, like, there's no need to. But I know there's like several people online that if you do something wrong, they want you to actually make a post and like outline everything shortly thereafter, but sometimes it's not really technically possible, whether just because they had to work through their own mental health, honestly, and like make an actual like a calm statement so they don't dig a deeper hole whether they're innocent or guilty. So yeah, it was probably better that he probably just stepped away, and like if there's some people who are getting particularly nasty, just block and just move on. It doesn't matter if it adds fuel to the fire, honestly. They're still harassing you, so block and move on.
I got nothing.
I knew what was happening, but I told myself to ignore it. Yeah, I think it's the right decision. Cause giving attention is just drawing more eyes to it, right? That's the one thing. What was it? The thing that counteracts hate the most is actually just indifference, or just not giving any attention to it. That's probably the best way to counteract it, because hate and like joy, honestly, they both are fueled by passion, and if you try to give attention to it, it just adds fuel to that fire. Passion is literally like the kindling, honestly. So ignoring it literally just slowly just makes sure the flames wilt down until they're extinguished. It'll take a while for it to go down, but it'll do so eventually. Man, so like how long was it, like how long, like when you got your talent actually, when the UTBA scouted you out, how long has it been since you moved here? You were put into Eden's Garden actually, you got that acceptance letter. How long has it been? Have you been dealing that honestly all the way leading up until this, and now maybe that's also another reason why you're so anxious now, going from one giant social media fire to now a more personal in-person one. No wonder, actually. And more eyes means more people who might get involved and drag it out. I guess. Yeah, there's no way around it, honestly.
Whatever.
Well, it's totally backfired either way. A bunch of people decided me not saying anything meant I didn't care, which they're just gonna think that way anyway. It doesn't matter what you do or say, which kind of makes sense from an outsider's perspective. But I only did what I thought was right. Yeah, if they don't really have them, they don't want to look into their perspective, honestly. And probably there's like some creators out there who done some or they're accused of some stuff, which I don't think I even put a lot of them thought into honestly at all. And just moved on from, honestly. Probably think that way as well. And there was like one or two creators that did that, which I didn't know what to think, so I probably thought along the more, I guess, layman's perspective, honestly. But yeah, I would rather not come on drama at all. I get what you mean.
But
now watch as I get canceled somehow way in the future, and all this gets brought up to bite me in the ass, apparently. Again, step over every single thing I'm saying right now to make it look worse. I done every crime imaginable. Definitely. Even the worst ones, like jaywalking. That's the worst crime I've done. To be more honest, when I finally understood where the accusation came from, the narrative already shifted. Yeah, I can literally just be quick as the tide. Now straight up being accused of encouraging fights by doing nothing. Right. Sicking your audience and people, supposedly. Oh, and that's where Grace got that whole thing on. Wow. So she heard about that all from you, honestly, just because the UTP. Okay, wow. I need to read that again because I'm pretty sure, Kai didn't even talk about, even decide to even go into that a bit more when Grace brought that up. But, yeah. Did I even have an opinion on that? I don't think I brought anything like that up or commented at all. Huh. I probably did, but I'm just forgetting right now. It's just such a leap. I sort of see the not caring part, but this? People are just looking to badmouth me. I don't know if it's because of my job, my appearance. It could be that. I've seen people, literally just take, I guess, what a character, a person's status is and, hate them or use it against them, honestly. I bet it's gonna happen at some point in the future, honestly, as well as me. God.
Whatever.
If I even do, get bigger, honestly, which I don't, kind of doubt right now. Well, it doesn't really matter how I feel. Almost everyone believes that version of the story now. As well as the stolen content and the apologizing thing. I don't know why I still try to find myself. It's obvious no one wants to listen.
Man.
No one except the people who know me from the start.
I see.
Your fans?
Now that you say it.
It sounds stupid, but nowadays, my fans are the friends I have. Oh, okay, that's really sad. So I'm assuming, any people you had in person, honestly. Oh god, if, you made friends in high school, shortly before the controversy happened, then, oh. If they only know you for a short time, they thought, oh, they're seeing a new side to you, and just, cut all ties, then. But I guess for people who are there from the beginning, they'll notice things which most people who are just new or don't even want to give any slight modicum attention to. They'll notice, they'll pick up on that kind of thing even more sooner. There's a whole thing of, emotional intelligence of, using, I guess, someone's own actions or, how their personality fares to see if they're capable of doing that. Or if they technically could, they could figure out their motive, honestly. I mean, what was it? I didn't think Kaede was the killer for the first chapter for V3, but the very second I figured, it was narrowed down to only her, I instantly knew why she did it, immediately. The very second, I just chose her, on a whim, honestly, just out of, choosing several other characters. The very second the game confirmed it, I was like, oh, okay, all of it makes sense now. A whole giant tidal wave of realization epiphany. Yeah. Nowadays, my fans are the only friends I have. They're always telling me to keep creating content, to keep being myself. Even though they don't have to. Even though they could stop at any moment. They're still here, despite everything.
But
I think that's the reason I haven't wiped my identity from the internet. If I've lost my friends, I don't know what I'd do. Jesus. His fans could drop him at any moment, but he can't drop them. To him, they mean the world. To them, he's probably another profile on their feed. Only this time, follower longevity is Blaine's status symbol. And not realizing that, Kai continues to enable it. This wasn't the sort of lifestyle I could relate to. These weren't the kind of things that were meaningful to me. But to Kai, they clearly meant a lot. He has a lot going on. Jesus Christ. Oh, that was way heavier than I thought it would be. After his role in running the viral account got completely twisted, and rumors about him were spread far and wide, Kai now only trusts his fans. But how trustworthy are people who probably only see him as entertainment? Yeah, there is that whole thing. Like, even like, the other thing that came to mind was actually that some of them, like the people who probably are like really close, are probably just like parasocial in a sense. So, yeah, there could be that too, taking it to that extreme, but like, if he, like, literally all of his other friends and sound of it, literally just, cut ties with them just because everything going on with him, everything on there. It could honestly just be, like, they're on good terms with him, but, like, they literally just can't really associate with him freely because of so many people online literally dogpiling other people, or, like, his in real life friends, honestly, they find out about them. Like, and they had to just sort of, like, stop talking or, like, do things a bit more privately, honestly, if they can. But if it happens for like a long extended period of time, even if like some people like he's known for years probably, personally, it really just wear down on them. And probably, yeah, for like the fans, honestly, who like him, even if like they have a general gist of his personality, just some whether like him he puts up a facade or not, or like he's a bit more genuine, honestly. Like they can probably get a general gist of how he acts and can probably figure out that it's not what he does, but they have the wherewithal to actually like take a step back and just, you know, ignore like all the controversy surrounding it and like not be in the giant crossfire, just take a step back from the screen. But Kai and like his own personal friends and family just cannot. So yeah, it's probably why they're still around, honestly. They have the opportunity to take a step back or just stop watching, honestly, entirely. So there's that. There's also comes, I guess, one of the big cons, I guess, of being an online figure in a sense, which it's definitely on my mind a bit more, honestly. Again, if I'm seeing more and more stuff like that, which yeah, I think even like from the beginning, I kind of knew that was a possibility. So legitimately, I'm making everything in my power to like be as separate and distant as possible, while still just at least being at least genuine as I can be, like in these instances, because I do love talking about this kind of stuff. Like, I love just discussing all this. But oh god, I hope it doesn't get so heated in the moment, honestly, because what was it? Being an influencer, honestly, and probably like, it's probably just because I'm a lower standing right now. Like, I don't even have 1,000, honestly. So at least right now. And I really am grateful for people watching this stuff, by the way. I really am. Like one of the big highlights of the day actually keeps me going for making this content, actually. Like, legitimately. I love doing this. It's actually a nice little outlet as well for me to, like, go through these games, like, have a creative outlet as well. Thumbnails, editing, and just going through and being recommended, or, like, going through a lot of interesting stuff online. And maybe, hopefully, like, I'm supporting them, or, like, give a prop up. Or, like, give some attention to them, even if like no one really enjoys those games. Honestly, you're just like, oh, okay, you're doing that, okay, move on. At least like people know that I'm like I've seen it and go on with it. But there's definitely the cons, honestly, as well, that I'm since I know for some creators, like the three big ones I mentioned before, Jax, Kai, Markiplier, and PewDiePie, at a certain point, because you get so big and you might have a cultural impact online, you kind of have your role shift from being just a person doing things as a hobby to slowly just becoming, I guess, like a sort of guiding force, like for support, honestly. And like, you have to be very careful how you talk about things, honestly, because I'm assuming like there's some creators out there who do a lot of edgy stuff, and when they grow up bigger, they kind of like either they still did that stuff, and like there was it had some drastic consequences in the line of like getting more people actually thinking whether or not they're doing it genuinely as like edgy content or they're being satirical. You're gonna have an audience grow up from that, and they'll probably get more influence from that, including like younger kids, honestly, like that. There is that. Some like, it doesn't even matter if like you're young or old, honestly. People can be pretty impressionable. Again, no one is immune to propaganda. Garfield meme, go. Like, yeah, there's probably been several times where I try to keep my opinions neutral, or like try to keep a certain slanting, but then seeing enough of one thing after a while, it can have your opinion be changed. Like, maybe seeing enough of something or experiencing something too much, obviously it's going to shift how you think or behave, honestly. I mean, that's a common thing of life. So it's actually just a terrible thing, honestly, for Kai to be in the middle of that. And man, I've only been talking about this in comparison to his own influence talent, not like how he actually is in the game. Like, shit, honestly, for his first few FTEs, I honestly thought like I wouldn't have too much to talk about him, and like just from the general gist of how he acts, he would honestly just be like a very as well a grounded person, like who's a bit more silly and goofy. Again, like the simple pleasures, simple life type of guy. But then he's gone through all of this, which I probably should have expected more, because again, of what Grace said of having his kid fans being sent on other people, but I never got that sense from him at any point. At any point. So now I'm wondering that there's like several characters here who were probably like given a wrongful reputation. Like we saw this like happen with Kai already had the wrongful reputation before the killing even happened. We saw something happen. We already saw the whole thing happening with Eva, like right at the beginning here, leading up to her killing Wolfgang and her death. And it looks like there might be a slight arc with that with Desmond as well, and people giving him suspicion just because he can do that. Like, he's been nothing but trustworthy, honestly, the entire time, even before. So it feels like this entire game is also talking about like both how people's like public perception actually can change, whether or not you're also famous or in the outside sphere. And that's the whole point of Tozu and Mara's killing game here. And like this kind of stuff, this concept itself is the reason why I think I'm liking this way more than Danganronpa ever was, because they're trying to use talent as well to use a general all-purpose thing to give people who don't think they have a purpose in life, like, you know, a step up, which is a good message for people who like for people and teenagers who like had this sort of emotion to it. I certainly did when going through it, and like those ending messages actually help uplift me a tiny bit because of that. But it's interesting now, and so much more fascinating to see a more in-depth, nuanced take on the Ultimate Talent program and how this probably would go in reality and like more real life, even if it's a bit wacky as well. It's way more grounded, but there's a bit of wackiness in there involved. But like, oh god, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. But yeah, but anyway else. I have a lot to say about Kai, and one of the things I do like about him is like not even just the fact like him and Damon they actually like could work as really good friends, and what was it? I actually do think there could be a possibility actually of it being an actual canon ship there. Like honestly, it feels so like natural. Honestly, I've seen like a lot of people like do their takes on it, and it feels so natural, honestly, that it kind of feels almost inevitable in a sense. Like I do really enjoy this ship a lot. Like honestly, it's really cute. It's really adorable. Definitely seems like they definitely they kind of like mesh together well enough. Like I don't know too much about what was it? like writing and romance relationship wise, or I just can't think of it right now, but like they work together really well, and I really hope that Lilium they actually do get closer in the coming chapters. But I hope that he lives, but I'm assuming he dies. I've seen many people make that easy claim that Kai is gonna die at some point, and that's gonna be another turning point for Damon. God damn it. I hope, the very least, that both either one of those two pairs, Jen and Mark, survive, or Kai and Damon survive. Either one of the two pairs actually survive to the very end. But I severely doubt it for a dramatic murder mystery game like this. Like, there's a lot more potential, honestly, if one of them does die. If every part of my being is like, no, don't do it. But there's like, I didn't expect that I get a lot of things to talk about with Kai. Mostly just like small things that I think is gonna happen in the future. But like, not even just with his FTEs here, like the latter ones, like that one as well. But also just thinking about how he could be in the future chapters. Like, holy shit, there's a lot here. There's a whole lot to fucking talk about. Oh god, I hope they continue it. Oh my god, I am so looking forward to it. And last, and certainly not least, we're gonna go with Eva Tsunaka, the massively, but also the self-proclaimed liar, honestly. Gosh, the reason I left her for last is because I really just wanted so much time to actually ruminate on her a bit more, along with everyone else, including doing Wolfgang's first, so I could get a better grasp of like everything going on, like totality and thematically wise. Because again, both of them, people bring up animal symbolism, stuff like that. Like, oh good god, there's so much. I even forgot there's even stuff for Kai, but the butterfly effect, honestly. Oh good god, there's so much symbolism that can be going in this game. Oh, it's so good. Like, oh. Before going into her FTEs, I just want to say, like one of the most tragic symbolisms, honestly, for this game, that even though Wolfgang's symbolism, like animal symbolism, is a sheep, if his was a wolf, honestly, it would be way better, honestly, because crows and wolves actually have a really mutual and beneficial relationship together, honestly, helping, like, you know, get, like, help scout for food and help both raising each other's young. Like, it could have worked out so well if they actually worked together, but Wolfgang's like, nope, lies are bad, and just go all about into that. I'm not gonna make a whole tirade about that, but like, there is so much bullshit that Eva had to go through, honestly. Even by the very end, like, she kind of snapped and like did have to kill, honestly. And by the end, she was just running off adrenaline of pure hatred of everyone in the cast. I don't know if she like hated Damon's accent or literally just knew that he wasn't really at fault for it, but like her hatred of everyone else really just consumed, honestly, and pushing away every single bit of I guess friendship or comfort anyone could even give her with Diana. Like, especially that Diana tried to reach her hand out, but still fully supported Wolfgang in a sense, which yeah, it's a messy situation right there. But I already did our first FT, so I'll let Pass Me take over that, and we'll continue straight on into that. There's a lot I could talk about her, honestly. Hopefully a lot less more than the tangents I went with Kai, but it'll probably still happen anyway. I apologize in advance. But like, let's see, everywhere else, that's where Kai is. Oh, Eva's downstairs? Okay, let's go down there and talk to you. I want to make sure I at least have one time to talk to you one-on-one in the dreary, dingy underground room, apparently. Down here once again.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Eva. Insightful. I'm still grappling with what Eva and I discussed earlier. Trust in a game like this seems pointless, and yet... Face crunch. Eva and I spent some time together, milling about in the underground. Here we are in the underground. What kind of gifts would you like here, actually? Let's see. Obviously the panda, because... Actually, would you like the panda? If we had it? Where is it? No, you... Oh, I was actually... I was gonna laugh. You did like it, actually. Didn't think it was your style. You like the rose rape here. the beautiful rose that's sharp as a thorn. You actually like the you like the goose. Okay, I can't forget honestly, but I enjoy the fact that Jet likes goose too. Party goose. It's just fun to just give you the katana actually. Gold leaf, let's go. Just give that. Move the rose reaper to someone else. Thank you for the gift. I don't receive them very often. Eva liked your present. Liked. Oh my god! Depressive immediately! Oh Jesus! Well, yeah, okay, oh my god! Eva stood there silently, an oppressed look in her face. Jesus, oh god. It's interesting. What is? When I first imagined meeting new Ultimates at Eden's Garden Academy, I expected them to wear their titles of pride. But for you, that couldn't be further from the truth. It doesn't fit well. The name itself, just Mathley? I guess I can see what you mean, though. What do you mean? That's with talent. Nothing about it fits. It's not cool. If you throw away the ultimate part, you're left with a corny term which barely defines what I actually do. And that is? Well, general math, but more than that. I mean, you could just be called the ultimate mathematician, that'd be fine, right? Science, literature, aerospace, engineering textbooks. All of these things which are leagues above trivial math competitions. The trophies I win relate to math in particular, yeah, but there's no depth to the word mathlete. It doesn't cover most of what I do, so you just hate it on principle. It seems that people theorize like the story was gonna like sort of dive into the whole thing of like how some titles are kind of like makes things better or worse off for some characters, honestly, in some capacity. And I still get reminded as well that Damon actually said of it, probably only got this title from like just getting a knack for just being argumentative with people and just getting to debating. But for the sound of it, either like some people theorize like he didn't really entirely enjoy it and just like took it up actually, just because it was something to do and something to be prideful over, and that was it. Just something that he just took to, honestly. And like slowly the game, he would just like actually enjoy debating. I heard that theory as well. And what was it? Even like during the whole thing with him, people literally calling him out for like L-ing himself at the end of the prologue. Like when people asked him straight out, what makes you so special? Like even Damon was actually taken aback by that. Like he never actually considered it, or literally he never had to defend himself like that. So,
That's...
Hold on, science and literature? You're knowledgeable in those fields? Well, I'm not really well known for my achievements in those areas, but I do consider myself a bit of an expert, regardless.
So,
I'm like a jack of all trades. Nice.
see.
however,
It's not as if anyone really sees me that way, though. Earlier this year, I wrote a whole paper on an obscure subgenre of Western speculative fiction. Oh, okay, nice. I spent weeks on it, expecting it to receive a lot of attention from literary critics. But when I published it, no one cared. Even though I was an ultimate. Yeah.
Right.
Well, your talent doesn't really relate to writing. You mentioned science too. I guess that didn't go over well either. Just immediately, just like a backhanded insult or compliment, honestly. Just like, Jesus, dude.
whoa.
None of it went anywhere. I could write a research paper on the theoretical possibility of light speed travel, but no one would care because you aren't a scientist.
Correct.
Exactly. So yeah, it's literally just no one cares because, oh, you're just a mathlete, nothing else to it. So it's literally just the title itself, like, almost, like, shaped your entire world around it, actually. So it's not even just you call yourself a liar, honestly, just to, like, feel less powerless in the situation, but also to give a bit of more prestige, honestly, in a sense. Instead of just having a quote-unquote just nerdy title.
Can't you see?
Do you see what I mean by my title being ill-defined? I've been forced into this little box. No one cares about anything I do, unless it involves high school math competitions. And if you're in college, I guess that wouldn't even really count then, would it? Are there even college level, like, you know, math elite tournaments or whatever? It's like I'm completely invisible to them. I suppose that would be frustrating, yeah. I guess having less scrutiny does help with one thing, though. No one pays attention to skeletons in your closet.
It's the truth.
Sometimes even literal skeletons. I killed people before. I don't care. Really?
No.
No, I'm lying. it's funny, Damon. Get off your high horse.
Interesting.
Lighten up, you. You're a lot more gullible than I took you for.
That's not it.
To be fair, you did fool everyone with your cover-up talent. That's, true, I guess. I can't blame you for all buying after it.
Really?
Is that another joke?
Not sure.
Perhaps. Hee hee, hoo hoo. Huh. This girl is weird, but she's certainly interesting, I'll give her that. It's great. I guess living in the shadow of your own ultimate title does that to you. Gives you a lot to gnaw over, huh? Callbacks. God damn it. Page 2 of Eva's report card has been updated. Eva Tsunaka. She resents her ultimate talent for not being an accurate representation of her true abilities. I'll admit, some of what she says makes sense, but it obviously doesn't justify her actions. Of what you're just saying, like, just justify what she does in the killing game right here, of what she did just to make a better name for herself. I mean, that's kind of what you're kind of doing. You're trying to, like, make sure people, like, looking in a better light, Damon, but in a roundabout way. Well, you're not, like, going off about it in certain ways, just, like, telling people to do this or that. Like, I'm, like, boasting about it, honestly. You get it mostly yourself, honestly. Try to let your own achievements take hold of it, but, like, yeah. Like, it's kind of, like, almost a sort of parallel to what you've been doing, actually. So, or what you've done in the past, anyway. It's definitely also interesting that Damon, as well, doesn't think it was the right move for Eva to proclaim herself as a liar before the game happened. Before the killing game thing even happened and doubled down a bit more into it, but by that point, she was kind of forced into that kind of status and role, honestly. Even by everyone else, even who actually faced into that. Like, yeah, and it's probably, I guess, another reason why realistically, why, thinking about it, Kai was also a bit wary of her as well, because everything, with his experiences in the past, honestly, like, yeah, I probably assumed the worst, honestly, because of that, actually. And shifted gears to, like, letting his guard down immediately because of that. It's just a complete awful situation all around. But, like, even Damon mentioned, like, her calling herself, like, the ultimate liar, like, was almost, like, self-defeating in a sense. And, like, even by the very end, by doing that, like, both on both sides of Wolfgang, like, made a self-fulfilling prophecy, and because of that, she went into it, honestly. Like, it was self-destructive, but honestly, like, I don't really fault her for it, honestly. Just in the sense of she's, like, just in the sense I got even from the ending of the first chapter, even doing her first FTE, it seems like she was been pretty boiled or just ostracized in that sense, even, like, not even in a professional sense, like she just mentioned in her first FTE, but also just socially as well. Like, she's pretty standoffish, but, like, that's, again, as Damon puts it, that's also endearing in its own way. Like, literally, legitimately. It's great. Having fun down here? Yep, and she's always down here in the basement, except for one time right before the day before the murder happens. Man, I wonder if, technically speaking, we actually, like, we actually see this as an opportunity that like, in between doing FTEs, actually, she swaps the doorknobs around as part of her plan. Or she did that right before sending the letters out. Like, before anything like that. I wonder if that's a small detail actually he's noticed. Oh, it'd be so cool if it was. If not, make an update, Debs. Oh, it'd be so good. Having fun down here. Just plotting out here in the middle of the darkness. You know.
I'm out.
I'm avoiding the others. By hiding in the underground hallway of all places. Yeah, especially with Grace and everyone else, like, just the sort of just legitimately insulting her or, like, just mocking her just because of her talent, honestly, in that way. A couple times. Yeah.
Seriously.
Why not just go to your room? Are you and Diana going, like, bunking in your room, or?
Gross.
Anyone can enter my room. No one wants to come down to a gross, spooky place like this, though. Well, except for you. Well, yeah. Well, I do like going into like, abandoned places, honestly. They're really cool to go to. Urban exploration. I don't do it too much, though. It's getting kind of awkward. Do you want to give Eva a present? Yeah, sure, fine. Like, what of the stuff here would you like? I know, like, there's you also like do you like a bit of a nerdy stuff, like even like the Super Slam Sisters? So like, do you like any other like gaming references like that? Yeah, you definitely like the Magatama. I don't have any opinions on that. Like meat on the bone. The Terra reference, honestly, you like that. I don't know why. I can understand kind of in a weird way why Cassie does, but does Ingrid and John like it because it's meat? I guess. I think this whole meat in the bone thing is actually just kind of funny, or just in a nerd way, like with Cassidy. So yeah, sure, let's give it to you. I got 5 of them. Wow. Thank you for the gift. I don't receive them very often. Yeah, I don't imagine you would. Eva once again stood there in silence. The expression on her face isn't exactly sad, but I won't describe it as happy either. It's neutrally frowning. That's how you put it. That's how exactly you put it.
Hi.
I have another question, Ava. Considering how much you dislike your talent,
There must be
how'd you become a mathlete in the first place? Dislike isn't the right way to describe it. Hatred!
Huh?
What?
Thinking.
It's more like a puppy. Huh?
That's...
Are you comparing yourself to an animal?
No.
No? I mean, then what?
Save it.
Can you let me finish the analogy? Fine.
Moving on.
Assume you just adopted a puppy from a shelter, okay?
Come again?
I'm allergic to dogs. Fucking let her speak, you! You're missing the point.
Listen to me.
Listen, you bring the dog back, and it's cute and all, but there's a catch. It won't stop shitting everywhere. That's definitely not what I was expecting her to say. That's what puppies do, though, unless you properly train them.
Gross.
Unfortunately for you and for your newly cleaned apartment, it looks like someone forgot to potty train it. So how do you get it to behave?
That's...
Positive reinforcements?
Correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did.
Eh?
They? My school. They
No.
treated you like a dog? God, Damon.
No.
No.
Jeez.
Then what's the point of this analogy? Let her finish speaking then!
It's not fair.
Difference between me and a puppy is an owner loves their puppy. Oh, so not socially, but your parents don't like you either. Oh my god. Eh? A brand new puppy is like a brand new member of the family. It's a living being. Or are you adopted if we're going with that analogy being more literal?
Gah.
I wasn't a living being. I was just potential.
It's the truth.
My school believed they had a genius in their hands because I studied complex subjects. So they threw all sorts of expectations onto me, including saving their notoriously bad athletics team. Oh, so gifted child syndrome. Yeah. I was convinced everyone would be impressed by me. The one 11-year-old on a team full of 16-year-olds. Only adults were impressed, though. Yeah, oh. It's literally the exact opposite, honestly, from Wolfgang's, honestly, then. Literally almost both, like, Wolfgang and Ava are actually the most perfect foils, honestly. Not Damon and Wolfgang. No, those two, like, they just don't like each other, like, rivals in that sense before he passed away. But no, Wolfgang and Ava are natural foils. Literally. And Diana and Damon are actually the true foils here. Like, oh.
I see.
Let me guess, the older kids are self-conscious.
Where?
Duh. People are bound to be rude when a random kid 5 grades below them surpasses their total combined wit.
Right.
And that's a funny way to say you provoked them.
Hang on.
I didn't! If anything, I try to keep to myself.
Listen to me.
But when you're the anchor keeping a ship from sinking, you have to do your job. And reputation aside, winning every single competition looks good on a portfolio. Anything for the college credits, huh? What the fuck, dude? Damon, don't you do the same fucking thing with debate competitions as well? Like, Jesus. Ava gritted her teeth. A counter-argument clearly on the tip of her tongue.
But most of all,
It wasn't what I was hoping it to be, the mathlete stuff.
Eh?
What? I wanted it to be fun, and for their students to admire me.
where?
I didn't think the other students would be so mean. Like, was it also like a lot of harassment, or... It's not my attitude. I couldn't help but feel bad for her. Her story was, in a weirdly endearing way, kind of depressing. mean, if you're just like outwardly like very nasty, honestly, like this, if like if you like very argumentative and not want her to actually like talk about herself and like see her side, even though like she didn't talk about you directly, like I could definitely see she'd have a bit of resentment to you, Damon, too. Now, like, God. If what she's implying is true, and she was indeed bullied by older students, then it makes sense she would associate being a mathlete with that experience. How unexpectedly mundane. God damn it, Wolfgang. I fucking hate your guts. FTE complete. Page 3 of Ava's report card has been updated. Ava's school took notice of her smarts and asked her to save their athletics team, although she framed it like they were using her for their own gain. Unfortunately, the other members of her team bullied her. Yeah, like, it could just be like, she, like, has a sort of victim complex because of everything going on, but, like, she definitely, like, she feels that she's superior, but, like, she never really got that kind of, admiration or, like, I guess, love in that sense, so, like, sure, she has a superiority complex, but, like, if no one even bothered to even give her any, positive reinforcement or praise, honestly, besides, really pushing her to do more and more things, honestly, and then by the very end of it, all she's been rewarded, honestly, with is, hey, you're stuck in a position which you absolutely hate and you can't move away from. Like, no wonder she's gonna be bitter and more resentful about that fact, honestly. Like, you're pushing a lot of things into someone to really go into this area. Like, oh, you're good at this, right? Oh, you say you don't actually like this, but you're good at it. Just keep going at it. You got the go-get-it attitude and spirit, honestly. Like, no matter what you do, honestly, if you hate it, you absolutely, like, tell everyone that you don't like doing this, but they tell you to keep going at it anyway, whether by force, honestly, or just, like, they keep pressing into it, like, it's gonna get to you after a while. Or, like, get to your head even a tiny bit, honestly. Doesn't help at all with them, yeah, especially with the outright just parallels, honestly, with Wolfgang, like, literally be the youngest person, like, in his, like, law college to really become a lawyer, honestly, and help everyone else study, honestly. It's shown pretty well that, the main difference between Eva and Wolfgang, honestly, is literally just privilege. It's pretty much what it seems like so far, honestly. And it's just so funny now that what was it? I'm laughing in my seat so much that Wolfgang was the most popular character after the prologue was released, but now the turntables now, and look at that! Ava's won the top one slot in the recent popularity poll, and I am all happy for her, honestly, and Kai's the next second, honestly. I wasn't planning to do Kai's and Ava's, honestly, in that way, honestly. I literally planned it out, like, in advance how I wanted to go do every single person's FTEs in advance, doing Wolfgang's first, and slowly do everyone else's, doing the characters I didn't want to like I wasn't that interested in, but want to know more about them away at first, and then slowly go up as time goes on. But man, it's kind of funny how coincidental it came about like that. Yeah, glad Eva's getting the support she deserves, honestly, now, even after everything she's gone through. If she was still alive, it would probably go to her head a tiny bit, which to be fair, I don't think I would blame her too much for after all, like, knowing all this, honestly. Don't know exactly how, like, else she talks about her own talent besides this, both getting out of high school, I guess, after a bit, or, like, trying to branch out a bit from there, and also just in high school as well, like, not liking that. So, like, what's the next step right here? Oh boy. You're just right around the corner, honestly. You just gave me a jump scare. I thought you'd just be in the middle of the hallway, not right around the corner. Like, oh my god. Like, I kind of hope that in the future chapters for FTE events, we just see some characters, like, linger around some areas, and whether it's like special events, honestly, or like the next killer, like, either like looking around and sort of like mentally tallying what to do for like their next murder, honestly. I hope, like, it has some, like, where people are, like, and provides really great environmental storytelling. Especially with you down here, honestly. Like, obviously, both of them, as you say before, staying away from everyone else, but also planning and like, making small adjustments to this room down here, honestly. Like, ooh. So how it goes in this deep, dank underground place?
Hello.
You're staring. Yes. Yes, I am. Is it even worth speaking to Eva? But, oh my dear God, Damon, what the hell? Different company. This is like, oh, yeah, this is like right before, they actually, like, Eva talks to her. Like, talks to him, sorry. And literally just says, like, I trust you, and, like, gives some information out to him. So, like, is that why he has this much of an attitude, honestly, technically, early on? Because technically, the second FTE happens right before she talks to him and just says, I trust you, and they swap information. Is that what it is canonically? Like, oh, God.
Really?
Are there really no better places to spend your time? It's not so bad down here. When I'm bored, I just count the number of water stains in the wall. Honestly, yeah. I could probably do the same. Shush, Damon, you don't understand the appeal of watching paint dry and watching grass grow, and the sequel and the spin-off show of watching ice melt. You don't understand the nuances of that, the time waster genre. You don't. You don't. I did give Ava a present? Yes, might as well. Okay. I keep getting blindsided every time, like Damon literally just has something way more snarky, honestly, to say, honestly. Well, okay, obviously, like the chess set of Rubik's Cube. I forget what I gave you in the very first FTE, so here, Rubik's Cube, 3x3 Rubik's Cube. Great for problem solvers and anyone seeking some mental exercise. Isn't Rubik's Cube, like a trademark, copyright thing? I can't even imagine how you would even, name this so you can avoid copyright in a sense, honestly. What, just a puzzle cube? That's it? But is Rubik's Cube not a trademark?
Thanks.
You're a nice person, Damon. Ava, love your present. No, like a very subdued reaction, but yeah.
So...
I wonder if she's trying to damper her own, I guess, feelings, honestly, as well, just because she knows that yeah, you're gonna be dead, honestly, or I'm never gonna see you again in a few days' time, so I'm not gonna get my hopes up around you. Do you like Bastilles and Basilisks? Is that Dungeons and Dragons? Bastilles and Basilisks? Is that a movie or something?
Save it.
Never mind.
Where?
Boy, I'm tired of people in real life not liking the same things I do.
Huh?
Real life? In real life? Are you in VR, virtual chat, or online bullshit? Instead of the internet. What?
You see?
There are lots of people on the internet who share my interests. Well, yeah, because you're gonna gravitate towards groups, honestly, that are on there like it. Pretty sure for more niche stuff, it's gonna be hard to find people in your general area like that. Yeah.
You think?
Those people are still real. Well, duh, but they're not real. I mean, I guess you could say they turn up on facades, honestly, in a sense. Like, even me going through that, like, I did a whole, like, even after going through Kai's in some way, I'm still putting up somewhat facade because I'm trying to make, like, I'm, both keeping things entertaining and actually I'm, having a lot of things more to say. So, I'm not, like, I'm being genuine enough and not putting my whole self out there. Because what if in real life, I'm a serial murderer? Or maybe just in real life, I'm a very socially anxious person. Who is pretty confident because I've been doing this for a while, so I'm perfectly fine, like, talking and screaming to myself right here, in my room, with no face cam, speaking and only talking to myself directly into a microphone. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense. Well, you're a chronically offline person, Damon, so I'm pretty sure you would never understand in your wildest dreams.
Anyway.
Do these people know you're an ultimate? Probably not. Yes. Oh, some people? They don't know what I'm an ultimate of, though.
Gross.
I would never tell them ultimate mathlete. So she wants to falter ultimate status, but not the specifics of it, huh?
Right.
If you ever think you deserve a different ultimate title, why haven't you asked the UTP to give you a new one?
Rage.
You think I didn't try that? After receiving my talent, I emailed them every day. They started ignoring my emails, so I started calling them. They ignored that, too.
How humiliating.
Eventually just showed up in person at our main institute. How's the 6-hour train ride, by the way? Seriously? I mean, if it really was bothering that much and, like, actually ruining, I guess, prospects, actually, I think I would be pretty pissed off, too. I loved a huge portfolio with me, too. Basically, my entire life's work condensed into 500 or so pages.
Stupid.
You know what they said? They said I had to be the ultimate mathlete. Because if I wasn't, no one else would be. What the fuck? There's a reason second place doesn't get the gold medal.
Bleh.
Meh. Just picture yourself in my shoes, okay? You spent your whole life studying all kinds of fields, and all you get in return is a dumb title which will define you for the rest of your life. To put on my gravestone, here lies the girl who could barely solve Riemann's stupid hypothesis. Riemann's what? Never mind, that's not what I should be focusing on right now. What do you mean? Instead, she really is in denial about her talent, huh? But it's so obvious why she's the ultimate mathlete. She's giving me the reason already. I mean, if she's good at the mathlete stuff, but like if she was kind of like encouraged to be in the mathlete club, and it's not something that she really wanted to be involved with. But now because I'm adults and all that, like telling her, when you're younger, hey, you should do this, and look what that got you. Yeah, I guess I kind of relate to that in a sense. Like it wasn't like that prolific, honestly, at school. Like honestly, apparently, like I guess on a bit more of a personal level, I was told that in my family I'm pretty smart, but honestly, just like trying to keep up that kind of appearance, honestly, in my own family. Like I think going through high school, honestly, like yeah, sure, I excelled a bit. I got honor rolls with the very second college hit. Like yeah, I kind of just mellowed out a bit because I didn't really have the expectation and that's like the pressure on me, just a bit. Or at least to not to the extent that actually kept me motivated.
I know.
Look, I'm just saying, you single-handedly saved your school's athletics team. Writing a few papers about science and space doesn't make you the best in those fields.
Focus.
But winning every single athletics competition makes sense why you're considered the ultimate mathlete. Even if your papers don't generate the kind of buzz you wish they did, isn't the point of writing them to expand your own knowledge of the subject?
That's not it.
No one gets famous from talking about the possibility of things, especially not niche things that most people don't understand.
No.
It's not about fame.
Come again?
Then what is it about?
I'm out.
I need to go. Go where? So it is kind of a bit like fame, honestly. Has that something in the oven? At home? Oh my gosh, you're planning to burn the place down? Not planning to electrocute Wolfgang? You're here to pretty much just legitimately try to kill everyone involved by leaving the oven on?
Seriously?
The oven? I was making myself an afternoon snack. Did you now?
Bye.
Yeah, I gotta go check. And there she goes. I didn't care not to call out her lame attempt at an excuse. Obviously she was lying, but what else is new? Her earlier account of the UTP was probably littered with lies, too. That's a very elaborate fucking lie, then, apparently. And yet, I keep returning to her, don't I? I keep returning to talk. No! Well, it's kind of obvious at her point that you do, like, really have a crush or just, like, really want to be friends with her, honestly, so, so I'd say that it has a lot to say about you, Damo. And yes, I'll keep flaunting that stupid nickname over him, honestly. It's nice to say, and it's nice to annoy him with. It just rolls off the tongue. Nothing else. The second she received her ultimate talent, Eva was so adamant on changing it. She even went so far as to show up into the UTP in person. The subject shifted to her research papers. She began to act weird, and wouldn't tell me reasons for writing them. I thought it was more along the fact of she actually did want fame a tiny bit, or like if it actually was like she had something more secretive or personal about the papers itself, then I guess there's more to it. But like just at the outset of it, like I could definitely see why there'd be a bit of anger. Like she wants to have a bit of fame, honestly, about with it too. Because something with the research papers, like you mentioned, like there's some bio cards actually outright trying to emphasize, then I have something else more in mind to keep. Because honestly, again, I've already said all I need to say about him being forced into a box you don't want to be a part of at all. Some relatability there at all. So, like, is there something else going on with the papers itself you wanted to going on? Maybe with the Riemann, I guess, problem, I guess? Like, that was something that was, like, sort of glossed over. I'm just gonna take a quick look at that. Like, I don't have anything else new to say about that FTE by itself, but now I'm just curious about the Raymond? The Rhine man hypothesis. A conjecture number theory stating that all non-trivial zeros of the Riemann zeta function of a real part of a half. There's a critical line in the complex plane. I definitely know what these words mean. I wonder, is this like a... Wait, oh, it's a math problem. Wait, oh. It's an unsolved difficult problem in mathematics. Oh, it's a thing where I'm, similar to like how in like V3 like they gave like a what was it, a fictional, I guess, invention, like those I forget what it was, like something about eye drops or contact lenses or something like that. I forget what invention Muse said she did in her introduction in the very prologue of V3. This is one of the things they they use a real world equivalent to like show how talented a character is in the narrative itself. Like, oh, that's definitely a good way to do it. Like, I loved how V3 did that, and like with that like small interaction with Muse, saying like she made that like good practical popular invention. Like, they actually give some more like plausible believability to how good they are, the talents. So, oh, the next town is like the next FTE is probably gonna be all about that, isn't it? Oh, okay, I want to get into that right now. Screw commentary, I want to look at that now. I see you're out here lingering with the common folk then, huh? Like, even though it's a bit of like fame like she wants, or like,
Hello?
maybe she just wants to be recognized from solving an actual, like, if she actually like in universe solved that problem and really just wants people to recognize her for that, then yeah, I would be fucking pissed if I was literally just labeled down to just being a simple mathlete. Like, what the fuck you talking about? If like if I literally solved, like, what was it? I'm just like I don't know. I was apparently labeled as, oh, you just you helped him, like, you're a scientist. Oh, you just did like, a bunch of, like, plant biology stuff. Like, oh, nice. Like, but no, apparently I fucking, like, solved cancer or anything like that, but no one recognized me for that. Then I would be fucking pissed off too, honestly. Please tell me that's what this FT is about. Please tell me. Eva, what are you doing? Why are you up here in the brightly lit corridors? I thought you enjoyed the deep, dank undergrounds. It's not actually a chill place to be, honestly, but still. What? I'm just standing here. So she is. Not even gonna comment on that.
Anyway.
So what's your dorm room like?
Gross.
Yeah. The bed is okay, but the rest of the room is just mean.
Eh?
Mean? I got an opsimeter, but I don't have a map, and I have an epilithograph, but I don't have anything to draw a circle on. A bunch of mathematical instruments, but none of the things they're meant to be used for.
How humiliating.
That room is definitely making fun of me. Same way with the characters. Why? Like, some of them are definitely getting better treatment, honestly. Like, oh, and Wolfgang's actually more practical with actual law books inside. Like, ugh. Making fun of her by giving her useless math supplies? It sounds more like whoever decorated her room simply chose random things which reminded them of her talent. There's that, but Damon, you don't have any actual books in your room, but Wolfgang does, we find out in investigation. So it literally just seems like even in this killing game, where everything is definitely pointedly is definitely chosen and pointed out there for a good reason, it's very pointedly mean-spirited. So yeah, that seems to be how they decorated mine, at least. But yeah, I haven't really talked about anyone else's rooms, have you? And look at that, Desmond has actual working weapons in his room. Apart from his superficial collection of math supplies and kind of comfy dark purple carpet, I ultimately learned very little about Ava's room. I'm assuming you never actually went inside. I doubt they would, honestly, later on, but it'd be actually cool to see actually other characters' dorm rooms, or at least some of the rooms they're bunking in. That'd be really cool to give them some more personality, especially since it's kind of obvious in hindsight, but I never really pieced together in my own brain that technically the dorm rooms are literally just the talent labs in V3, but that's how they live. It's literally all their stuff and supplies, like along where they sleep, honestly. Be a comforting little place to be, honestly. It's actually kind of a better alternative, better way to give them more personality than just how V3 and other games do, just having the same similar room, but just a bunch of stuff scattered around the room, honestly. Gives them, like, a bit more style and personality than just that. So, yeah, commended for that. Will you give Eva a present? Yeah, sure. Okay, what would you like? What would you like? What would you like? A suit? No, you don't like that. You're neutral about that. But a desert yakisoba. Soba. Wait, I just realized you like meat donuts for some reason. The absolute abomination. If I'll dislike you for any reason to be this. Why would you like this? Why would you like that? Jet, I can understand a bit why. I can kind of get the sense from him, but you, why? A medium rare steak covered in sweet, sweet frosting. Why would you want savory things with sweet things? It's the same reason why I don't really like ketchup with anything, actually. I just don't like ketchup. Why would you want something sweet on something that's more savory? It just messes the flavor and the texture. Why would you do that? Why? Oh, enjoy this weird donut abomination.
Thinking.
Cool, this will be very useful. To eat later? What do you mean useful? Ava liked your present.
Hi.
Hey, Ava.
Hello.
What? There's something which has been on my mind since our last conversation. What's the Ryman's hypothesis?
There must be
What the heck is the
something.
Ryman's hypothesis?
Where?
Oh, it's just some theory about the Riemann zeta function.
Eh?
And that is? Can you explain it in layman terms to someone who's stupid? Pure mathematics.
Huh?
Pure mathematics? Abstract math. Math for the purposes of intellectual and philosophical fulfillment. It's nothing like the stuff they test you on in mathy competitions. It's paradoxical. Oh, it's one of those things. Oh, that'd be so... Oh, okay. I probably don't understand, I get the mathematical part of it, but it was like a bit philosophical then, like, or I guess like physics, like in a sense, like, oh, that'd be so intriguing. So is most math, if you ask me. Pure logic.
You see?
The point of the Riemann zeta function is to help us understand the relationship between numbers. I wrote a paper about how you can use tabletop gaming to understand it.
Come again?
How the hell did you come to that conclusion? Do you want to know? I mean, it's an obscure thing to write about. Okay, I'll tell you what I wrote for that paper. Mathematicians will do this thing where they take the number 1 and add it by increasingly smaller version of itself. Oh, that, like, oh, I forget where, like, I know, what was it, Vsauce did a kind of video with that, but I forget what the topic of it was, what the video was called, but, like, that definitely comes to mind. That's familiar to me a bit. So 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/4. The denominator can go all the way up to infinity, just like how you can count all the way up to infinity. Yeah, that's definitely, I remember that. Remember, like, that being talked about. No, it's an either, though. I could gather as much.
However,
More importantly, the denominator can receive a status effect. Oh, okay. Okay, that's where you get the tabletop gaming thing, then.
Eh?
What was it? The something in Basilisk thing? Status effect?
look.
Pretend you're playing a turn-based tabletop game, and these numbers are your characters. You have the finite number character, that's the 1, and the fraction characters.
Thinking.
Fractions are special because the numerator and denominator have separate health bars and abilities. This means enemies need to kill both in order to defeat the entire fraction.
So.
It also means you can treat the numerators and denominators as their own characters. What the heck is going on? I'm sort of picking up on what you're saying, but at the same time not. Yeah.
Moving on.
Anyway, it's the enemy's turn, and they just cast a spell which puts a floating P next to the denominators. Yeah, I don't think I quite understand. Like, I didn't look further into it just to see how you would explain it, but yeah, I'm completely out of my depth here. A half, a third, a fourth, and all the other millions of fractions, and suddenly become half P, half third P, fourth P, etc.
Listen to me.
But your opponent still has a bonus action to stand, exist, speak. They roll to transform that P into an 8. It's a critical success. Now those fractions have become a half 8, a third 8, a fourth 8.
I see.
So every denominator is the power of 8?
Correct.
Exactly. So like it changes their power, I guess? For my turn, I decide to add all my characters together.
What could it be?
If I plus 1 by infinite number of fractions, what number would I end up with?
That's...
The Riemann zeta function says that if P is turned into a number higher than 1, the solution will be a whole number. So number with no decimals.
So.
If P is turned into a number less than 1, the solution will be 0, an infinite amount of zeros. I think my brain just died. Ryman's hypothesis is about the location of those zeros in a cryptograph. A crypto what?
Gah.
It's notoriously difficult to confirm now, and probably difficult to explain here. I can guess.
Well,
Well, you understand the Riemann zeta function now, don't you? I mean, I can't say I understand it fully, but the way you described it did make a bit of sense somehow.
thanks.
Good. The point behind the paper was to show pure mathematics can be taught in more creative ways. In more approachable ways, too. Tabletop gaming sounds more appealing than a math textbook.
Where?
My ultimate was related to pure mathematics. I definitely think the paper would have made it big.
I see.
Yeah. Honestly didn't think there was any merit to the subject at the start. But now that she's actually explained herself, it sounded like a decent topic for a paper. Did I doubt Eva because of her talent? Yes, you did! Yes, you did! And like, if like and since you put a lot of emphasis on the fame, I was almost actually swayed to that side a bit too, actually. Propaganda! Eh. And mathically treating advanced mathematics like tabletop gaming does sound pretty goofy. It's probably the same way of like, after a certain point, like, I'm probably giving some characters in their FTEs a bit of doubt as well, just because I'm in Damon's head, and because we're mostly like tied to and hear, I guess, his more negative thoughts, or like, critical opinions on other characters. Like, at a certain point, like, I'll probably just be more, I understand a bit more because of that, or just like lower that down honestly to him. I know there's like several people I know have seen clips of people let's playing the game who literally just have no patience for Damon at all because of that. But like it could just be because he hasn't really done anything outwardly negative honestly in this chapter and like playing it down low. Or honestly, more likely honestly, outside of his own opinions for the characters, how he wants to act in this chapter, like, you know, outside of the free time events at all, I actually agree with. So yeah, confirmation bias and all that at its finest then, if I got swayed honestly through some people's FTEs actually, of how he views them in a sense. I think I definitely got that a tiny bit, like trying to think about that with John, the very least. I don't remember if I had this sort of opinion honestly with anyone else. It could be very subtle though, so who knows. Then again, it's a pretty goopy thing to do in general. The Ultimate Doctor used plastic utensils to perform a surgery. I wouldn't revoke my judgment just because of their talent. Would I? Yep, and oh my god, that's the last time we ever hear her talk about that, which, even if I don't fully understand it, it's so fascinating. Page 5 of Ava's report card has been updated. Attempting to explain pure mathematics in a more digestible way, Ava wrote a research paper on the Riemann zeta function. In it, she explained the function using terminology from tabletop games. Ava believes her paper would have hit the mainstream if her ultimate was related to pure mathematics. Yeah, honestly, yes, completely. I had a small doubt just because of how Damon was pushing more and more, honestly. And I guess even initially, if people are actually talking about how I guess more superior, how superiority she can get, but yeah, no, I can I rescind that immediately. Those thoughts, honestly, I was sort of almost swayed due to that. I won't lie about that. When talking more about Faye and how she reacted to that. But honestly, it could really just be she's just an awkward person and she doesn't really know how to handle that. It could honestly just because of that. She didn't know how to properly explain it without, I guess, her, she already handled, she already heard that kind of stuff before, and she did not want to deal with that again. The same way how, even Kai brings it up. Literally, Ava was tied to Damon, he, considered her, a trusted ally or friend, honestly, before that happened. And including, from the sound of it, being roommates with Kai, and it's kind of almost solely prevalent that he's gonna be more and more of a bigger picture, honestly. He has dealt with it as well. Just that sort of image or association leads other people, even if they don't know a single thing about you, or literally just influences how you see that person, honestly. I bet even if I'm the sort of people out there which don't lie, honestly, there's probably some people out there you literally just change your opinion on just because they were labeled this way and that's how you see them. Humans as a really functional people, we culturally love putting things into boxes. Legitimately. It's gonna be a hard thing to learn out, honestly. I mean, again, see this one video of Humanendo's Innuendo Studios talking about the nature of genre, how they explain it in combination with adventure games. Like, it explains that topic so well that after a couple rewatches, honestly, I started seeing more ways of how that can be viewed culturally. Not even just how you see fiction or how you can even see other people, honestly, but also just how you view the world itself. Like, I even started making connections with that with male, female, non-binary, those categories, like both, neither, all that kind of stuff. I'm probably still learning more about that, kind of stuff, to properly know all the ins and outs of it, which I'm assuming not everyone can even know about that, because sometimes there's some things which are just baked into you at birth, which you need to take a long time to I guess have it taught out of you, or to train yourself out of that mindset. But yeah, just how someone can perceive you honestly can just change how you view them, even if they've done something exceptional. Is that whole thing again of that cancer analogy again. How would you feel if the worst person imaginable was the person to make the cure for cancer then? How would you take that? And this is the thing, they made a bad reputation for themselves before they done it. But by several people, other scientists, taking over it, if they take that, take the cure for cancer, they literally have to legitimately, reference and, give the credit to that guy. Doesn't matter how bad of a person they were, honestly. Imagine the worst crime they did imaginable. Something worse than murder or anything like that. Or, they are prosecuting in any sense of the word. Reputation-wise, they've done the worst things imaginable, but now they've done something unequivocally good. And if people want to use it and take it with them, and use it for the betterment of society, rest of the above, they literally have to take it from that person. And, credit them, honestly. That, or they're literally just erasing their identity, honestly. It's one of those kind of, conundrums, honestly. It fits perfectly in line with here. Although to a less extreme extent, because Wolfgang literally made it fucking worse. He literally bought into the ultimate talent program thing, along with Damon to extent, and with his own privilege, honestly, literally pushed so much onto Eva, honestly, because of it, and it led to her literally snapping and deciding that, I don't care about the rest of you, you can go rot and die. And I so want the next chapter and the rest of the chapters to have, her words haunt the cast. I so want it. I'm a petty vintage person, and I want, her words, honestly, saying all that to hurt. And if, a future killer literally tries to do the whole thing of, trying to be sympathetic, literally have one of the characters literally point out, Ava said this, and then both everyone's, jumping on her words, but also discomfort of, oh, that's what she meant, and we caused it to happen. I want that discomfort. That's great conflict. I want it so much, and also part of me just wants that sort of social revenge that she spouted everything that anything that anyone else in the future could say. Literally, there's nothing you could do which gets you away from what she said, honestly. And the only way to do that is by literally just cognitive dissonance, honestly. That's the only way, honestly, too. Because most of the cast here, while they're friendly, it doesn't seem like they are good at actually cooperating with each other in a sense. People are in their own little friend groups or stuff like that, or obviously they have their own what they want to do in their free time here again as well. And there's even some people who really do want to help people, like Diana, but the rest of the cast don't really think she can do it in any sense of the word, legitimately. Or these people think this one person, Wolfgang, is the best fit for the job, but instead cause a division itself by secluding the two people who can actually probably help, even if they're a bit not pleasant to be around. They could still be helpful, but you still then decide to ostracize them because what? They go against your sort of leadership, that your sort of power. Honestly, there's been several times I hint that he's kind of enjoying the power, honestly, people are giving him. Honestly, he's reveling into it. Again, with that whole thing of him, hey, next time, Desmond, instead of doing this, why don't you come to me with this information so we can go for it either? And what? You take credit for it again as well? Because that's already happened several times before. Wenona was the person who brought up that Eva's true talent was an ultimate mathlete, and instead, everyone turned to Wolfgang and said, "Oh, you had the right idea, dude. You knew something was wrong with that," even though Eva called herself the liar, and she never was officially. They took the credit from Wenona and shifted it over to Wolfgang. The only person who ever recognized that was Ulysses, who are friends, honestly, legitimately. There is so much like social politics in a way that's going on in this game. I hope they continue on with more of it, because that's the most interesting thing about this game to me, and I'm loving it way more than Canon DR. Like, again, everything I brought up before of like a villain who says all the right things, Wolfgang could have fit that pretty well. Like, that possibility is now out of the way, but like, I would so love to see like a character being hated, but they're saying the right thing and like the right thing to do, or like the most reasonable, most common sense thing imaginable, or something you cannot escape from, even if it's like the worst thing to think about the situation. And at a certain point, they have to consider it. They can't just run away from it. They have to actually sit down and stop thinking positively and think realistically that, hey, this could happen. So stop ignoring it and actually think about it. Like, make contingency plans, just like Desmond did. But anyway, he was still giving them shit for it in small, subtle ways. And God, I hope it's not just because of the race thing, honestly, because of that. Like, I think it's more implied that it's mostly in-game, that it's literally just because he's a marksman, honestly. And how Wolfgang did I keep bringing up several more times, over and over and over and over here, that he literally asked verbatim, first off, "Did you kill anyone?" Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, Jesus Christ. I don't even think I even said anything about that, because it was glossed over my brain, actually. Mostly just because I'm killing game. But yeah, actually, that again, along with Wolfgang, like, literally had his this trauma, which he can't really talk about in his own FTE. Like, he can't speak about that in the game itself, because it's been since announced about that. The same way Eva literally like was forced into the same role that she put herself in, honestly, whether unintentionally or not, and then that led to things becoming worse for her. Like, she was given a shit hand, and that's how things went out here, honestly. I'm not too upset, honestly, that I'm like what was it? Just, I know it's a bit like what is the word? I guess like condescending a tiny bit way, but like gaslight gatekeep girl boss Eva. God damn it. Like, I don't really have I'm more sympathetic to her, honestly, than Wolfgang, even if she really did kill someone. Like, honestly, legitimately. It probably is just because, again, of small things that someone else does, like Wolfgang did, and again, I put on like confirmation bias to him, but I never had that like idea that he was a bad person or like had some bad ideas in the prologue of all things. Like, it was only when he started doing obviously bad things here that I started thinking of him negatively, honestly. Only then. There could be so many things about these characters which right now, based on how I live my life and my own experiences, which I'm completely just glossing over, skimming over. And I would love to see more people like bring up takes which I skipped over, or they add an idea to, honestly, which I completely missed over. And I would love to see that happen. And I'm great looking forward to how Chapter 2 comes out. I really am. And thus, finally, after several straight hours, that does all the available FTEs available in Chapter 1. I don't know how Chapter 2 is going to fare up if we actually get the last FTEs from the rest of the characters, or if we will get Eva's and Wolfgang's like in a different mode, or they'll be able to unlock actually in Chapter 2. But I will so look forward to see how exactly they end up including, actually, because even like the smaller characters that I don't have too much interest in, like a lot of them are still interesting in their own ways, whether just tied to them or just more just like a small, like, fun little anecdote for them. Even has nothing tied to the main story or themes, honestly, of said game. there's probably like a bunch of stuff I completely forgotten to talk about when going through their like characters' FTEs. Like I completely forgot the whole butterfly effect symbolism like for Kai actually, which I hope that actually goes into the later chapters. That small things that Kai does, like egging Damon on into the game tournament, actually inadvertently gives him a sort of alibi actually, which actually helps with the rest of the cast and figuring out narrowing down who the killer was. Hopefully like stuff like that. Like, oh, it'd be so good. It'd be so good. Like, stuff like that, I completely forgot. I hope I could see that before the next chapter comes in. Or just, like, I just see a lot of people just, like, bring it up, honestly, online. Like, I live for all that character analysis and stuff like that. I certainly do. I don't know how I'll take the second chapter's FTEs, honestly, if we only get part of the rest of the remaining cast, or we only get like a certain cutoff point, honestly, or literally again there's another character who doesn't have any frequent events because something happened from chapter 1 or in story wise. Like I'll probably still do videos like this from available FTEs for chapter 1 like these ones and available chapter 2's FTEs, but I don't know how to properly format them. We're going to have to wait until every single person's FTEs are available and compile them to a larger video or segment them like I have right here. I'll figure it out in the future, honestly, and that'd be a long ways away. I actually did have something planned to like make something that gets a bit special for this chapter of Project Eden's Garden, because I kind of I was already gonna make a big guess I was gonna enjoy, and look at that, holy shit, it's really good, like really good. But because of stuff going around at the time, busyness, actually, I had no wherewithal to actually make something a bit special, honestly, for Project Eden's Garden. Hopefully I can make something for chapter 2. If not, then I will still try my best to actually make this as entertaining and give a lot of good theories or thoughts on it to it. I hope to actually give at least the game that much support, honestly. It really does, because this fangame is going to be so really special. I mean, the trial was almost 6 hours long, and to me, I don't think it really lost a lot of pacing to me. I didn't feel like they need to condense anything down too much. The only small changes they would make are literally just how they worded some mystery and stuff like that, which I already explained and complained a bit about in the trial itself. But all the themes, honestly, for the chapter itself and how it looks like it's projecting itself for later chapters is something I'm probably be greatly love and talk about and appreciate so much more. It is gonna be so fun. It's gonna be so goddamn fun in the future. I really hope this fangame takes off way much more, honestly, than it does right now. It's really something special. But until the second chapter actually comes around our way, we'll leave things off right here. Hopefully the second chapter nails it right out of the ballpark, just as this chapter does as well. I'm greatly looking forward to it. But with that, we'll leave things off for right here. So, hope everyone time watches as I have been playing this. Hope to see you next time, whatever time that may be. And I all hope you a fantastic day.